Everyone. I will call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. And this is our public meeting of our joint city council, City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency, regular meeting of Wednesday, September 18th of 2024. Thank you so much for those that are joining us today, those that are joining us here in our chambers, and those that are joining us also via Zoom. Thank you. Your public participation is crucial to our meetings. Just before we get started, again, just some manners of how the public can participate today and make your public comments. You can join our meeting via Zoom. The meeting is located on our agenda for today's meeting. The meeting ID is 885-8730-8932. Again, 885-8730-8932. You can also join us via telephone at 1-669-900-6833. As you know as well, the meeting is streamed live on our YouTube channel, as this has become a more efficient way of utilization of our technology. Just as you know, the comments that are made here are not recorded. They don't become part of the public record for the meetings. So if you do want to make a public comment, please make sure that you log on to the meeting ID or you call in to make a public comment. We do again provide a translator for our Spanish speakers. And as a reminder to the public and just to the council, as the chair of the meeting, it is my job to be able to keep us on track. So today we have a lighter agenda than we've had in the past. So hopefully we'll be able to make sure we get out of here before 11 o'clock tonight. as has been the last two meetings where we've had so much on our agenda. So just again, we ask for respectful dialogue as well. So with that, I will have our city clerk, if you can please have roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maria Correjo.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Anasolo Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Marista Veneros.
Here. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is public comments on our closed session items. We do have one closed session item today. The city council will recess to closed session item pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to the city's negotiator concerning the lease of property located on the corner of Gavilan and Prado Drives, assessor parcel number 022-321-001-000. Instructions may include price and terms of payment. So at this time, do we have any public comments? Okay, so do we have any public comments on the closed session items from those that are joining us via Zoom?
Sure.
Okay, seeing there are none, then the council at this time will recess to closed session and we will be back at 6:30 for our public portion or earlier for our public portion of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for those that are joining us now that we have a full council chamber. It's exciting to see. So we are now coming out of closed session. So I will turn it over to our city attorney to report out on our closed session item. We had one closed session item for today, so I'll hand it over to our city attorney.
Yes, the report would indicate that the council met with the city's negotiator regarding the identified parcel number and provided direction, and no other reportable action was taken.
Okay, so at this time, we will move into our next item, which is our pledge of allegiance. So if you can please stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance, and if I can ask Mr. Craig Stevens, if you can please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So at this time, do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda?
We have no changes or modifications.
So I'd like to recommend if I can make just a slight modification to the business items, and that would be if we can consider business item 4 and 5, if we can do those first and then leave business item 3 for the end. That way we can have a more robust discussion on business item 3 and have business item 4 and 5 after business item 2.
I move to move business item number 3 to the end of our business items.
Okay, can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
I
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. The public does have 3 minutes to speak, and you can please be brief and to the point, and if you can please utilize our podium and our microphone so we can make sure that we document your comments accurately. So at this time, I will ask anyone that's joining us here in our council chambers first, and then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Anyone like to make a public comment that is joining us here in our public?
Hello, good afternoon, council, mayor. I'm glad to be here. I'm actually here to present one of our newest members in Public Works, specifically in Engineering Department. If you guys can all help me give an applause to Juan Huerta here.
Hello, Madam Mayor, council members. As Alex said, my name is Juan Huerta. I'm the new assistant engineer here. I'm about to complete 1 month. I just recently graduated last year actually from San Jose State University. Yeah.
Go Spartans.
With a civil engineering degree, and then I interned up north where I'm from, how I usually, for 4 months as a public works intern. And I just recently applied last month, got the job. Very glad to be here. Everybody's been welcoming. I hope to contribute to the rapid growth of SOLDET in the future. And just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Juan. So congratulations for being here for a minute there. Alex, I was a little shocked. I'm like, I hope he doesn't say he's leaving. So welcome, Juan. We're super excited to have you. And go San Jose State. My son's actually his first year in San Jose State. So
Oh, great.
yeah, so
I work there.
yeah. Absolutely. And so
For the graduate school.
I'm a Spartan, but from Gonzales.
And so where did you grow up?
I actually grew up in Gonzales.
Oh, nice.
Spartan.
Well, it's so, you know what, I know we have been battling with having engineers and retaining local, right?
Yeah.
So we're super happy that Alex is here, but we're so excited that we have someone local because I know it's been a challenge to be able to have and to retain our assistant engineers and engineers here. So we're excited that you're from South County and that you're working for the city of Soledad. So welcome. Yeah, excited.
Through the chair, I have a question for him. What's happening in Southern Sons? I'm still young, he doesn't remember us first.
Well, what matters is what's happening in Soledad,
Yeah.
right? Well, thank you so much. Thank you. So anyone else from the public like to make a public comment? Okay, so let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Anyone that is joining us via Zoom would like to make a public comment, and let me just make sure that I can see the participants. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so at this time, then I will close a public comment, and I just would like to ask if there's any written public comments that came in today. Okay, seeing none, then I will close a public comment period. And we'll move on to our council presentations. And today we have 3 council presentations, and actually there are more proclamations. We have 3 of those today. And so we will begin with the first presentation, the first proclamation, which is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming September 14th through the 22nd as Latino Conservation Week. And I will turn this over to Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Sorry. So I'm going to be reading a proclamation of the City of City Council of City of Soledad proclaiming the week of September 14th to the 22nd as Latino Conservation Week. Whereas the preservation of our nation's natural resources, landscapes, and wildlife is a fundamental responsibility shared by all Americans, it is essential to ensure that future can enjoy the beauty, health, and prosperity of our environment. And whereas Latino communities across the United States have long been committed to conservation efforts, playing a vital role in the stewardship of our lands, waterways, and public spaces. And whereas Latino Conservation Week serves as a powerful initiative to engage Latino families and youth in outdoor recreation, foster a deeper connection with the environment, and empower communities to contribute to conservation efforts through education, volunteerism, advocacy, and whereas the celebration of Latino Conservation Week promotes inclusion and diversity in the environmental movement, ensuring that all voices are heard and fostering opportunities for Latinos and other communities to lead in conservation efforts. And whereas Ecology Action, through their work in the Safe Routes to Schools program, increased education and engagement in the City of Soledad to identify safe and environmentally friendly modes of transportation. And whereas our city and residents have been enriched thanks to Ecology Action's work as we explore how to make conservation a way of life. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims September 14th through the 22nd as Latino Conservation Week. We encourage all residents to go outdoors and participate in activities to protect our natural resources. And we have from the Ecology Action Representative Leanne Leon here. Yes. Yay!
Yeah, so if you want to say a few words, and then what we're going to do at the end, we'd like to pause for a minute and then take a picture with everyone that's being recognized.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Leanne. I'm here on behalf of the Ecology Action Planning Team. They couldn't be here because they are facilitating a participatory budgeting committee in North Monterey County for them right now. But thank you so much. We're thrilled to be acknowledged during Latino Conservation Week, and it highlights the vital role of Latino communities in environmental stewardship. We did really deeply appreciate the mayor's proclamation and recognizing our contributions to the Safe Routes to School plan for Soledad. And this honor validates our commitment to creating safer, more accessible routes for students and fostering healthier communities. And so we want to highlight our ongoing partnerships with the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, the Monterey County Health Department, and the City of Soledad, the Soledad Unified School District, and all the school and staff that have allowed us to work with them. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, so I am gonna move this around just a little bit if I can. So we do have the next proclamation, but I will, if I can take the liberty of just switching, some around. So the next proclamation, I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo to do proclamation number 3, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad, that would be presented to Mr. Juan Valtera, honoring September 20th as POW MIA Recognition Day, and I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yes, it is my great honor to read this proclamation. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming Friday, September 20th, 2024 as National POW MIA Recognition Day. Whereas throughout our nation's history, countless brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces have selflessly served to protect the freedoms and liberties we cherish. And whereas among these heroes, many have endured the hardships of being prisoners of war, experiencing unimaginable trials and suffering while remaining steadfast in their duty to their country and their comrades. And whereas there are also many still missing in action, MIA whose fates remain unknown, and whose families continue to bear the weight of uncertainty, holding steadfast hope for their return and closure. And whereas the courage, resilience, and sacrifice of these individuals must never be forgotten. And it is our solemn duty as a nation to honor their legacy, recognize their enduring contributions, and ensure that their sacrifices are never in vain. And whereas National POW MIA Day serves as a powerful reminder of our commitment to account for every member of our military, to bring home the missing, and to support the families who live in hope and remembrance. And whereas the Soledad American Legion Post 32 reminds us daily that we must work to remember and serve those who fought to preserve our freedoms and liberties. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council and the City of Soledad hereby proclaims September 20, 2024 as POW MIA Remembrance Day. We encourage all residents to get to know their local veterans, including the American Legion Post 32 members. And for this proclamation, we had invited Mr. Valtera to accept it. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here with us today, but our staff will make sure that this gets to his hands. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's give him a big round of applause. So the last proclamation for today, it's my honor to be able to present that. And it's a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. And so let me read the proclamation, and we do have a special certificate also to present the proclamation and a certificate. And so whereas the United States of America is a nation enriched by the diversity of its people, and the Hispanic community has made invaluable contributions to the fabric of our society in the realm of culture, education, business, government, the arts, and beyond. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to honor the many ways in which Hispanic Americans have helped to build and strengthen our nation while celebrating the rich cultural traditions, values, heritage that have shaped Hispanic communities across the country. And whereas during this month, we also recognize the vital role Hispanic Americans continue to play in the growth, prosperity, and progress of our nation, and the importance of fostering great understanding, inclusion, and unity among all Americans. And whereas the theme of Hispanic Heritage Month, Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together, reflects the spirit of Hispanic communities whose history is marked by perseverance, innovation, a deep commitment to family, culture, and civic responsibility. And whereas Casa Guanajuato has been a leader in helping families from Mexico reunite with their loved ones in Soledad, even if it's for a brief period. Now therefore, let it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And so I want to present this proclamation, but I also honoring, our heritage. I also want to share a few words about Mr. Jose Lopez Rubio, who is from Casa Guanajuato. And we will be presenting the certificate, but I wanted to share a couple I want to share his story with you because he has an amazing story. And I want to thank his daughter Laura, who was able to share with me some of, his beginnings and what he's done throughout his life to be able to give back to our community here in Soledad and also the community back in his hometown of Chipicuaro, Guanajuato. And so Mr. Jose Lopez Rubio was born in 1957 in Nuevo Chipicuaro, Guanajuato. He emerged from Mexico at the young age of 5 after his father, Don Jose Lopez, who served as a bracero during the 50s, 60s, and 60s, was able to provide permanent residency to his family and extended family. Mr. Jose's accomplishments are attributed to his father, Don Jose Lopez, who instilled in him at a very young age a strong, rugged work ethic. Don Jose Lopez, while working as a bracero in the ranches of Mike Reed of Greenfield and Corsetti Farms of Pajaro, never forgot the many families back home in Mexico who were struggling to provide for their families. So with the help of the ranchers, he started to recruit many young men from his town with the hopes of helping them build a prosperous life in the United States. He was able to help countless families, many who still live up and down the Salinas Valley. This is where Mr. Jose Lopez Rubio inherited his strong connection to his roots and service to others. Mr. Jose Lopez Rubio worked in agriculture his entire life. In fact, it is all he knows, and fortunately for him, it is what he absolutely loves. Working with his hands, he was able to give his children opportunities never granted to him nor his wife, such as opportunity to get an education. The ag fields were his school and he excelled. He ultimately became a farm labor contractor for many years in the Salinas Valley and Yuma, employing many Latino migrant families. Aside from his business, he had a passion for service to others. He helped move forward many programs that benefited his community in Mexico and here in Soledad. Prior to the pandemic, Mr. Jose, along with members of Casa Guanajuato, would host an annual fundraiser dinner to help construct the City Hall building back in his hometown of Nuevo Chipicuaro. The building is used for many activities for the youth and offers health and wellness programs. Another program he championed is Valor Migrante, a program that seeks unification of Mexican families who have gone decades without seeing their loved ones due to immigration status. One that I witnessed 2 weeks ago, and it was just an amazing experience. In the last several years, the program has unified over 50 families, and it's only getting larger. He partnered with an attorney named Licenciada Brenda Ortegoza, who is a founder of Valor Migrante, and her team to make this a reality for many families. Soledad is a base location for this program, and Mr. Jose is a host and brings food, music, and many dignitaries to welcome the families. Mr. Jose is also involved with the local museum in his hometown of Chipicuaro, focused on the preservation of the indigenous origins of the Cultura Chipicuara, a pre-Hispanic culture that dates back to 500 AD and 300 BC. He has helped to preserve local artifacts such as the discovery of the woolly mammoth tusk, currently displayed in the local museum in his hometown. He helped create and preserve 2 monuments depicting his ancestors, Viejo Chipicuaro Bell Tower and the Goddess of Fertility. Mr. Jose embraces his culture and encourages others to learn about their rich heritage. Mr. Jose is a man of the people and will give the shirt off his back for those who need it without expecting anything in return. He seeks no recognition for any of his good deeds or actions. But today we are excited as a council to be able to give him the recognition he deserves and acknowledge the contribution he has made to making Soledad a better community for the many families he has supported as part of his business and as part of the programs he supported by bringing families together from across 2 countries, Mexico and the United States. We recognize your invaluable contributions as part of our National Hispanic Heritage Month. So I want to thank again Laura for providing us this write-up. Y don José, estamos muy orgullosos de usted y le damos muchas gracias por todas sus contribuciones a nuestra cultura mexicana, para nuestras familias de México y nuestras familias de aquí de Soledad. Y le queremos dar, no sé si escuchó todo, pero le queremos dar este certificado de reconocimiento también y parte de la proclamación, porque usted es parte de nuestro orgullo mexicano y hispano. Gracias. So with that, if I can have everybody come to the front so we can take a picture. So can we pause for a little bit? Oh, sure, don José, sí, perdón. So, ¿quiere decir unas cuantas palabras before we take the photos? Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Buenas tardes.
Todos hablan español.
Sí.
El inglés no es muy bueno. Muchísimas gracias por esta sorpresa, Ana. No me esperaba. Ayer me hizo unas preguntas que nunca pensé que me iba, no sé para qué las quería. Creo que le hicieron muy buena, ¿verdad? Muchas gracias por este reconocimiento y no tengo palabras. Soy persona que no estoy acostumbrado a hacer lo que hago y andar haciendo mucho ruido. Me gusta estar calmadito, hacer las cosas y calmadito. Y para mí, pues, no me siento, no tengo palabras como expresarme porque no estoy puesto a salir al micrófono, porque no es muy fácil hablar en el micrófono. Entonces, muchísimas gracias a ti y a tu gente. Y sin mi familia, pues no creo que hubiera llegado donde llegué con mis hermanas, mis hermanos, que han sido parte de backup, como son los pilares que me han hecho. Mi madre, que también estuvo al frente conmigo apoyándome. Este es el trabajo de toda la familia, lo hacemos con mucho orgullo y creo que esto ya lo tenemos en la sangre por mi padre, que lo acabas de mencionar tú, todo lo que hizo. Y quiero aprovechar el micrófono que me dieron. En la próxima vez que venga de mi pueblo, les voy a traer algo de la cultura chupícuaro para que pues tengan algo y 2000 años antes de Cristo es la historia que tenemos. Entonces, muchísimas gracias.
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 Talking about just trying to get on the mic. Let's see if I did any justice to his words. So this was a pleasant surprise. Yesterday, Laura, my daughter, was asking me a bunch of questions. I didn't know why she was asking, but now I know that this is where the questions were, this answer was gonna be presented. So thank you so much for the recognition. I'm not used to getting recognized or any type of recognition for the work that I do because I don't do it for that reason. I'm used to doing my work quietly and just getting the work done. So this is weird for me. This is rare. It is also hard to be up in the mic, being prepared for something that I'm not used to doing. But I really want to thank all of you for your words, for your recognition. And also I want to thank my family because it's actually thanks to my family that I'm able to do this work. This kind of work runs in our family. It's not just me, but my sisters, my daughter, everybody, they are a strong pillar for me to be able to do my work and they're always supporting me. And as you said, in some of the words that the mayor covered, this has been in my family. We learned this from my dad and we continue to want to encourage our other family members to do the same. And I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that you let me be here at the mic and I'm gonna commit to the next time that I go to my hometown, I'll bring you something from Cultura Chupícuaro so that you can see what that is because it's a very Asian culture. It predates 2000 years before Christ, so it's a very Asian culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so we have someone with their hand raised. You have a sister, honey? No?
My sister?
No?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You
Yeah, because there's a hand raised. So Anna, is it in regards to Don Jose? Oh, she's the interpreter. Oh, okay, okay, sorry about that. Got it. Okay, so we're gonna take a few moments, just if we, few moments just so we can take some photos and then we'll come back to continue with our consent items. Okay, thank you so much for that flexibility. So now we come back and we move on to our next items, which are consent calendar. For today, we have 6 items on our consent calendar. So at this time, do we have any members of the public that wish to pull any items from our consent calendar for either discussion or comment? Okay, seeing none here in our chambers, any of those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, any council members that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion or comment?
Can I pull C5, please?
Okay, so we have C5. And then I just need to pull C1 just for clarification and comment or correction. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve all other items on our consent calendar with the exception of items C1 and C5.
So move.
Second. So I have a motion by Councilmember Cabrera, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries. So, for me, on item C1 on the minutes, I just wanted reflected on the minutes because I didn't see, I know we had a discussion on item C14. And I just wanted reflected on the items in regards to establishing a policy moving forward for the criteria of city sponsorship. Especially, I know that we have another item on today's item or today's business item in regards to when we either have city council members or we want to make sure that there's equal treatment of all organizations when they partner with the city. So just to bring back a criteria, and I just want to make sure that's reflected on the minutes. Okay, so I will move to Councilmember Ansaldo on item C-5.
Okay, so for C-5, I just have a couple of comments, regarding the consultant services agreement with BFS Landscape Architects and, for the future development of Toledo Basin Park. My comment is just, what I've heard from other members of the community, our residents, that they would like to see something other than a pit park, meaning that they would like to see something that isn't just sort of like a filling in a park with an existing, I don't know, like what word to say other than pit, because that's kind of what I grew up saying, especially over here at La Santana, the pit, you know, and would like to see something a little bit that's more leveled, especially in regards to our senior folks, you know, that may not be able to walk down hill, and would like to see something where they're able to go on a walk or to play fetch or throw the frisbee around with their dogs. It's something that I've heard a little bit from the community, and then something that is also still ADA compliant as well. I think it's easier to roll like a wheelchair, something on something that's filled, as opposed to something that kind of dips down. So hopefully that's considered, and I hope that we also are considering, I'm sure we are, serving the community and having a needs assessment for what it is that we do need in that area. I think parks are great, open spaces are great, but I do want to just let that be as a comment.
Thank you, Councilmember. So can I comment on that as well? I know I didn't pull it, but since you pulled it, I did have some questions on it as well. So I know we spent some money back in 2008. So there was that 16 years ago. So I just have a question in terms of, I didn't see any of the conceptual plans that were completed before. They were not part of the exhibit. So just for clarification, were the design 70% complete, or are we only doing 30%? Why are we only doing 30% of the design work? I mean, I was a little confused, or maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah, the reason why we're doing 30% design work is because we're doing conceptual work that would enable us to apply for funding. The funding would take we would apply for funding to take us from the 30% to construction drawings. So, so this is what we think is enough of a design to be competitive for grant opportunities.
Okay. So Megan, then I know that this was a discussion item several years ago, and I know this is a brand new council. But I know there was discussions previously in regards to the Toledo Basin and possibly being also a trail, like a walking trail in that area as well, where there was community feedback, some community feedback is part of that. So we're doing, including some of that as well as part of the conceptual designs to be able to include that or,
Yeah, so, BFS will, look at the conceptual designs that were, developed. There'll be, some community engagement process to kind of evaluate, update as needed. But I think, we have heard from the community, the need for walking paths and, fitness opportunities and, instituting fitness stations. So, we've had that feedback both in the prior design and then as we've been updating the Parks Master Plan, which is gonna come to the council shortly to review, but we think it's only fair. It's been, as you noted, Mayor, 16 years since we've had this conceptual drawing, so it's important to do the community engagement and make sure that it's still the direction that the community would like to go in today.
okay. And my final is a contract is for 2 years, so it ends in 2028, especially this project, but we hope that the design work would be completed and then we would apply for a construction grant to complete the project, correct?
Yes, yes. And in fact, there's actually a source of funding that one of our other grant writing consultants pointed out that is due, that I think is due June 2025. So it's our hope that we can work with BFS to get enough of a design to be competitive for that round of funding.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I forgot to have one more comment on that. I just wanted also, because for community engagement, to try to really go after the our senior residents. I think sometimes it's a little bit more difficult. They might not all be online. We do have senior housing here, and hopefully someone can go in person to collect that feedback. That's something that I've heard already. So I'll just forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if no additional comments on these two items on C-1 and C-5, then I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve items 1 and 5, C1 or C5.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Cabrera and a second by Councilmember Ansaldo. I heard the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, thank you, council. So then we will move on to our next item on our agenda, and that is our business item. So we will move on to our first business item of today, and that's resolution number 6156. So resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving in-kind city services, waiving park fees, waiving police department special event permit fees, and approving the street closure of Front Street between Main Street, Soledad Street for the inaugural Soledad Wine and Dine, a food and wine experience. And I will turn this over to Mr. Henry for a report out. And this, as you remember, was a continued from the last city council meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So based off of last meeting, you guys asked if I could provide a proposed budget, and if we could come up with a more solid date for the event. So I met with the team, and the team and I decided that we will be setting the date for November 22nd. This is a Friday. It will also be from 5 to 8 p.m. Some of the main reasons why we decided on this date and realized that this date would work really well is because of all the other events that we do have coming up in October, also in November. So we want to make sure that we give, the community events throughout the year, and that we also don't overlap with the events that we have going on. And if you guys take a look at the budget, that is a proposed budget that we have now. Met with the consultant, and the consultant guided us into creating this budget.
Okay, thank you for that report. So let me take it out to the public first to see if we have any comments. From those that are joining us here in our dais, I mean, in our chamber. Is there anyone from the public that are joining us here and that have any comments? Okay, so let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, I see no hands raised, so we'll move on then. We'll bring it to the council. Council, let me start with Councilmember Cabrera. Do you have any comments or questions at this time? We'll do comments and questions, Roland.
Just a comment, because I was looking into the ABC 221, and it says that it could take up to 90, and then a little bit later it says 10 to 30 days. So just to make sure that it's 10 to 30 days to process the license, right?
Yes, so we actually have everything set in place already.
Okay.
We just can't apply any sooner than 30 days before the event. So we're pretty much ready to go. We're just waiting for those 30 days to get here before the event, and we will submit all our paperwork.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, that's what I read, that it
Yes,
was,
sir.
that you cannot submit the application before 30 days.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. That's it, just want to make sure. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Antonio Sanchez?
Yeah, I actually have a concern with the day. Why is it on a Friday?
So, we decided that on a Friday, it might actually work a little bit better for the wineries because, they have their tasting rooms open on the weekends. And a lot of them, it's harvest season and a lot of them have limited staff right now. So we wanna, make it as easy and as convenient as we can for the wineries, so we can, have a better chance of them actually being able to attend. And we did, change the time from, 4:30 to 5 p.m., so we can still give our community a little bit more time from when they get out of work or if they're coming back in town, so they can still have a little bit of time to get ready and actually attend our event.
Okay, yeah, because I was more in favor of a Saturday just because we do have a large agricultural population that does do the 6-day work week. But that makes sense. No, I thought it was a Saturday. I just realized it was Friday when you said it was a Friday.
Yeah.
And then I thought it was the Friday after Thanksgiving. I was like, oh, that makes sense, but then it's not. So now I'm like, oh.
Yeah, so we actually also planned it a week before Thanksgiving, so like that, our community that does travel outside of the city, that we're able to capture them before they actually leave the city, to visit their family.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'm actually very excited about this event. I think it's a long time coming to, we do so many events for our youth and for our children, our young ones, which is fine, but I think, parents definitely need a break. Yes, date night, and it's awesome that we're able to offer that, especially something, so nice like, some wine. I did have a couple of concerns. I think my first one is just, I was looking at the budget, and budget looks good. I think for me, I just always want to work with our local businesses. I know we have a lot of great businesses, and I would love to see that, if possible, that we reach out to them, that we give them an opportunity, especially when it's something in our own hometown, in our own downtown area, right? So that is my first suggestion, and I do realize that you probably might already be locking in with these people, but maybe for future events for sure. And then my second, it's I just wanted, obviously people are gonna be drinking. I'm personally not much of a drinker, to be honest. So to me, I would like to see us maybe reaching out to some locals to see if there's anyone who's doing Uber. I know we have a taxi business, kind of giving them a heads up, hoping, it's a good opportunity for them to make some money. And also for us to make sure that we're, prioritizing the safety of our community. Yeah, but great event. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Of course, and if I may add, so both of those are really good ideas, and we actually are already covering them. So, the wineries and the breweries, we're focusing on local. We want them to be local. Also, our food vendors, we're wanting our local food vendors. And in regards to the businesses, the NCF will be helping kind of establish those connections with our local businesses. She already has those valuable relationships, so now we're just gonna tap into that. And then in regards to the, being safe, because there is alcohol involved, we are actually also, there is probably only one local, taxi company here. And we are going to reach out to them to kind of give them a heads up of what's gonna happen,
Yeah.
just to make sure that if they need to ramp up their staff, that they, that they're available the day of the event.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know, at the auto repair shop, we do have locals that I know come through and they need an inspection annually for Uber and Lyft. And so they do get that inspection. What a lot of them tell us is that there's not a lot of, I guess, costs here in Soledad. So they go out to Monterey, some go to San Jose. But I think if we announce it ahead of time, they may want to stay
Yes.
local that one day, hopefully.
I agree, yes.
Yeah, but thank you. Great work. And thank you for, you and Tencia for looking into helping our local businesses
Yes.
and the safety of our community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Benoist?
Just when considering is, the safety and, alcohol and stuff, I was kind of thinking about, maybe reaching out to any nonprofit groups, as being the Ubers and stuff, so that way they can get, the tips or whatever, from these local, people that are gonna drink. So it's just a thought, maybe reaching out to, any nonprofits and like, hey, you guys want to be Uber drivers for this night, they'll tip you or whatever, because if we might not get a lot of Uber drivers on that day, but it's good to, reach out.
Good job, yeah.
But, kind of like bring in those nonprofit groups, because I know that,
That's important.
they're gonna be
It's
supportive.
a really good idea. I'll go ahead and talk with the team. It's a good idea.
And that's all for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for those comments. Yeah, thank you for putting this together. Yeah, and thank you for the proposed budget. I'm a little confused just in terms of the estimate and the actual. So you gave us an estimate and then the actual. So are we going with the actual?
So we put together an estimate. The actual is there for in case we can get sponsorships for example, the porta potties, right? The porta potties is a cost of like $500. I added it on the actual estimate, but our goal is to eventually get a sponsor and have that cost kind of shaved off of the actual estimate. Yeah, so we like to do like an estimate and then an actual of what it actually ended up costing us. But of course, the estimate is based off of if we have to pay for it, so it won't go over the estimate.
Okay, so we're working off of the estimate.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, okay, so the actual will be potential, so, okay, yeah, and thank you, and I think for me, the other thing I know I had asked for, and I don't see it here, and maybe it's not like a detailed line by line item, but an overall, because what I wanted to see is based on the estimate, also, the expenses that we have. And I agree also, I think even for the porta potties, I know we have the porta potties we have the restroom
restrooms,
facilities,
yes.
right?
Yes.
But we're getting extra.
Yes.
Is also looking at local vendors. I know we've talked a lot about how do we support local vendors, and we have local vendors that have those kind of businesses. And so if we're gonna do events locally, then I agree that we really need to source locally. And be able to let them know, look, we want to source locally, but we want to make sure that I know that as governmental agencies, we have to get estimates and, compare prices, right? And make sure that we have the ones that are most beneficial. We can't use someone that's giving us 2 times higher and utilize them, but to be able to say, look, we want to source locally, but we also need to make sure that the prices are competitive, right? But that we do want to make sure that we get that and that we assess that and that we let our businesses know. We do have requirements, but we want to source locally and that we do that. But then we try to do that, and even, on some of the, social media promotion stuff that we're doing. So I know we're looking at getting tokens and, I don't know if we're using any local vendors to be able to produce some of those, or.
So
I know-
unfortunately, I don't think we have a local vendor to produce them, but we do have a local vendor to actually put the logo on them, which will help us with the cost.
Okay.
And it'll also keep the money here for us. Yeah, we'll be using the local vendor.
Okay, the same thing kind of with the tumblers, right? We're
That's
probably
correct.
gonna get them somewhere else and then just put the logos on them.
Yes,
Okay, and then what is a wristband? Cause I was trying to figure out like,
yeah,
the
so.
cost of that is 80, so I mean, it's like. I mean, so what's the purpose of the?
So the purpose of the wristband is basically to allow the security guards to identify who can actually drink. Because the alcohol will be contained within the tent, but our vendors will be outside of the tent, right? So when there's like an in and out of people, we want to make sure that we kind of, that we identify who can actually be going into.
I mean, so I know the wristband, sorry, let me rephrase my question. I know what the purpose of the wristband is, but why are we, so if I buy a ticket, wouldn't I get a wristband? So we're getting, the ticket cost is separate than the wristband cost? Because you have two costs, the cost of the ticket and then the cost of a wristband?
So the cost of the wristband will actually be covered under the cost of the admission.
You just have them under separate.
Yeah, so I labeled them as separate, just to show how much it'll actually cost from the vendor to order those wristbands.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
it's just to order the wristband.
Yes.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, that's why I was confused. Okay, it's just to order the wristband. Okay, got it. Okay, so I guess for me, the other thing was just the in-kind donations, and that's what I had asked for last time, because I want to be able to see, this is how much it's gonna cost us to do this, but it's also, this is the cost of the event itself. But we also have costs for staff. So what is that cost for staff, the in-kind donation gonna cost us?
Right,
So
so that,
that's your staff time,
Yes.
that's police staff time, or, so what is that? Is it gonna exceed the 13,500 or so? Those are the kind of costs, at least for us to be able to look at. So when we're continuing to do these events, and I actually think it's important, but I think it's also, as the council, it's important for us to be able to look at not just the actual cost, but also the cost, the in-kind costs for the
of course,
event.
I can put something like that together. I'll just have to meet with the different departments involved. And then once I have that information, I will be more than happy to bring it over to council.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Henry. And I think it's important because I think in our message delivery to the community, like when we're doing these events, I think it's really important how we message it to them, right? To say, look, we're really investing and trying to provide these opportunities for our communities and why we want you to come, because we're investing in this. And like you said, you want 300 people to come and we really want to encourage them. But it's not just the cost of how much it's going to cost us to do the events, but it's the the in-kind cost to put these events together, to tell our community members, the actual cost is actually 50,000 at the end of the day, right? And so we want to invest, but we also want our community to be able to invest by coming to these events. So that way, they have an opportunity to come and enjoy it, but we also can say, look, if we're investing this much money, but we're getting something back because our community is participating, right? So, I mean, for me, that's why I wanted that information. And then just my last is, I know last time I had talked about including those individuals, vendors, businesses that were featured in the wine enthusiast article.
Yes.
And I think we can't lose sight of that. I know we may have other vendors, but if they don't want to participate, that's okay, but at least for us to reach out to them, because we have an opportunity to really showcase them and utilize them as a marketing tool to be able to say, hey, we're gonna have this event, but we're highlighting those individuals that were part of that article and utilizing that to our advantage. And how can we do that? I think it's an opportunity that we don't want to miss.
Right, I agree.
Through the chair, I think our intention, even if they don't end up being a vendor, is to really highlight our local restaurants and local businesses. So there's an opportunity to look at some marketing materials and other things, even showing the wine enthusiast article. So even if they don't participate, we can say, come back to our wineries and come back to these businesses. So I think we will definitely incorporate that as part of it. In terms of the budget, you're right about the in-kind, but we also didn't really factor in the revenue. So this 13,500 is probably kind of the worst case scenario, even if you take into account in-kind services, because we will you know, get some revenue, just whether or not we get enough revenue to cover the entire cost or not is unclear, but we will have some revenue. So, you know, I think in reality, our costs may be somewhere in that range, which we already budgeted for, even if you count in kind work from the police department and public works, which would primarily be the cost, because a lot of the people that are involved are exempt and don't receive any sort of overtime. And it's part of, you know, this is really, the reason why we're doing it is also for economic development purposes, to bring people downtown and to really highlight the businesses and hopefully result in an increased tax revenues and other things. So we'll keep an eye out, you know, after and have a true up of the budget.
Yeah.
I think that's really important, and we have some Placer AI data that we can also present to council to see, like, did it really move the needle? Did more people come to town? Did businesses also benefit who may not be part of the immediate thing, but benefited because people stayed or came early, shopped? So we can definitely do that after the fact.
So you do have a revenue, which is over a little bit over 14,000 if 300 tickets are
Yes,
sold at the $45 mark that's
Yes.
projected.
yes.
So, I mean. So
That's
it's,
also not counting the vendor registrations.
yeah, that's not counting, I mean, that's 14,000 with everything else. And so it's pretty close, I mean, in terms of what can happen, but no, and I agree, I mean, I first was like on a Friday evening, you know, you know, typically the events are Saturdays, you know, during the daytime, but I'm gonna go with what the consultant says, and you know, if she's done other events and they're in the evening time, you know, hopefully it's our first one and it does seem successful, and it's just the marketing outreach plan, I think
Yes.
is gonna be the key, and to really market and do the outreach to
Right.
get the people here.
So we do have 2 breweries already confirmed, and
Oh,
we have 3 other wineries who are very interested. We just need to continue the conversation with them.
Okay.
Through the chair, can I make one comment? A little bit back to kind of the budget, this is the first event. I think we understand that this is the first event. I would really like to see in the future a little bit more line by line items, and then projections of ticket sales, target number of ticket sales, and then just so that we can kind of see it here, and that way it's transparent for the community, because you know, the community can say like, there's no events, well, there's no events because you're not coming, and this is how many people need to come so that we can continue making these events happen.
Yes.
And I'm very excited for this event. I'm not a parent, but I am a young adult, and I really want to see more of these events as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think for me the same, you know, it's a first event, but I think, you know, looking and being part of other events, I think having a really clear budget and just, you know, more better estimates, projections, and, you know, even the marketing, just how it's gonna be, where we're gonna market, what is our, you know, what's our target population, how we're gonna do that, you know, but I get it, it's our first event, so I think we're gonna get better from there.
Yes.
So we're excited.
Through the chair. Yes, I wanna go over a couple of things. First, it's been late November, so the date, we have a sunset around 5 or even then. So by that time, not that many people are working, and we could probably get a lot of people. For the company that I work, we always have an annual conference, and everything that is used in the parties and the units is sponsored by somebody. The glasses, the water, the coffee, everything. So I was thinking that maybe as a promotional, maybe ask the local businesses to sponsor some tickets for the clients. Kind of like it will be a promotion for them. If you buy this, we can raffle 5 tickets so you can go. And that way we get them involved, and we could put something in either in our newsletter or right there saying these are our sponsors, and all the names of the vendors, all the names of the businesses that provided us.
That's a great suggestion, and actually, we've been talking, my involvement in this is with the business and sponsorships, and not only that, but also the marketing. So, we are members of Sea Monterey. Actually, we just came from one of their annual conferences. And one thing that we did do this year with, the hot summer days and with the 4th of July, event is we advertised on them. We do, as members, have that opportunity. So we are gonna be aggressively doing that. We have actually talked about other ideas about, even doing, with the little cards where.
Souvenirs, yeah.
Huh? The
So a
little,
souvenir
yeah,
that you can-
souvenirs, we already have ideas, so we understand this is our first year, but we also understand that we have learned from other events how to connect with sponsorships, how to bring in, like you said, how to go to the Bragas and say, do you want to buy a table? Do you want to buy tickets for your employees? Give them an opportunity to go and just, enjoy their evening. So there is a lot of things that we are already talking about, and but hopefully this is our first year, and this is a unique event. We have not done this, in the past. We've had the Win and
Wine
the
Festival.
Win and Wine, yeah, the Win and Wine Festival, but that's been many, many years ago. So bringing this back, I hope our residents and our community understands that we are trying to give them opportunity to enjoy Soledad. And it's a different group of people that we're targeting, so.
Yes.
In that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let's finish, because I know, Councilwoman, Bañuelos had a question, so that's what we can finish.
No, I'm just kidding. This is great because this, as we mentioned, this is our first time, and then come next year, it's gonna be during September, right?
Yes, that is
So
correct.
because of the timeline and the time frame, I understand because of, my involvement with events too. So I'm very enthusiastic because you guys are enthusiastic and I'm just excited with it, and just moving forward, I'm very supportive with you guys and just the excitement you guys have. And, I want to feed off that and be transparent to anyone that's watching or who's gonna watch later. You guys need to come and participate. Even if you need to shop some other day for Christmas, just come to the events because we want to do this for Soledad. And thank you for Henry and Tencia and also the Soledad Historical Society for partnering up. So yes, I'm excited.
And the revenues will go to the Soledad Historical Society, so we want to make sure, right? A proportion, okay.
Yes.
Proportion, okay. Okay, good. Okay, council, so, thank you. So I think, do we need a motion? We do. We need a motion to approve resolution number 6156.
My first motion.
Okay, so we need a motion first by Councilwoman Bañuelos and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So we look forward to more to come. Perfect. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is item B-2. And it's consider proposed changes to the General Plan Advisory Committee and provide direction to staff. And will turn this to our city manager.
So basically, in a nutshell, I think over time, the GPAC, partially because I think we have 2 GPAC members who sit on the council, but I think the way that the GPAC has been operating has made it a little bit difficult for organic type of conversation, because it's been such a formal structure. It is subject to the Brown Act. We have had quorum issues in the past that have led to cancellation of meetings, and sometimes at the last minute trying to squeeze in meetings because we had content that was necessary. There were a couple of members who primarily spoke in Spanish, and just it was challenging for them to feel like they could participate fully. So my suggestion, and in talking to PlaceWorks too, I don't think their intention was to have such a formal committee, a Brown Act committee. I think because of the way it's structured with a chair who's facilitating the conversation as well, it feels very planning commission-like. So, my, recommendation is that we, dissolve the GPAC and create a more formal or more informal steering committee that wouldn't be subject to the Brown Act. We could make, always take a look at the steering committee and make sure that it represents the various different stakeholders in the community. We would more or less operate by the same criteria that was established in terms of looking at the makeup of the steering committee. We'd have between 9 to 15 members, no fewer than 9, at least 15. And 2/3 of the committee, we'd always ensure that it was resident, that the majority of the folks participating were residents. I think we're starting to get to a point in the general plan where we have a lot of needs for feedback and participation. And our goal is really to have a consistent group of people who can provide feedback, because ultimately we need champions who are going to agree and help work with the city to implement. And so we also have the opportunity to incorporate some key stakeholders who might have money or other things that could help us implement the general plan. So that's kind of our recommendation. We can come back, based on your direction tonight with a more formal action. But I did want to bring this up because, we're about to embark on some land use decisions, which council will have an opportunity to weigh in. You will always be the last decision-making body. Right now, we're in the process of looking at the environmental study and making a determination on what our alternatives are that are going to be studied from an environmental perspective. That we hope that decision will come back to council sometime in January. So right now, it's really critical for us to have this stakeholder group involved in providing some feedback before we get to that decision-making process.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Megan, and thank you for the information also, and also the backup from the prior decisions that were made on the GPAC. So let me take it out to the members of the public before I bring it back to council for discussion and direction on this. So any members of the public that are joining us on Zoom? Okay, so seeing no hands up, then I will bring it to the council to see if there's any questions, and I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos. Any comments or questions on this item?
Question, I know that we had did a briefing yesterday in regards to already the members in GPAC. Are they gonna transition into the committee?
Yeah, I think it's only fair because they have been involved that we would offer them the opportunity if they want to continue to participate on the committee. There are 6 folks that attended the last GPAC meeting that we would reach out to.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
Yes, I just had a couple of things. I know I spoke to Megan yesterday, late at night. But I just, I know for me, one of the, I guess, concerns that I received from some of the GPAC members, and I don't know that it was everyone's experience, but there was some complaints that, where they were asking for a little bit more notice when it came to meetings. So I obviously was not part of the GPAC, so I don't know how much notice they were given, but they did say that sometimes it was just a couple of days and that was hard for their schedule. So even though they were committed to it, it made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to attend.
Yeah, so I think what works best in my experience managing similar groups is you have your set dates. And since we don't have to worry about quorum per se, we would have set dates that we would give everyone monthly likely, because we're at that point where we need a lot of feedback. And then if for some reason we don't need to meet, then we can cancel. Better to cancel than to have to scramble around to find alternative dates. So not having to meet quorum, and adhere to the Brown Act to have a meeting would enable us to just, like I said, have the meeting, even if we didn't have the requisite, folks there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And again, that totally goes along with why we want to make it less restrictive, right? And then also the only other, concern I guess that I have is this is a very important committee, whether it's an advisory committee or a steering committee. And so I, would want to ensure that we're preserving the integrity of the diversity that we work so hard to get in there. So I want to make sure that we do still have some kind of criteria so that we include members that will be representatives of the whole community. So to include, for example, the youth, the seniors, students, educators, our ag workers, our ranchers, our business owners, commercial building owners. So I just want to make sure that we still have something in place so that we're able to keep that diversity, because we want to be able to hear, from them, but also because the whole purpose of it is for them to also go out to the community. And so we know that everyone has their own, I guess, people that they associate. So we want to make sure to hear from everybody.
Yeah, I think, I agree with the, criteria, and there was great criteria established. The only change that I would recommend is that we seek to have a resident from each of the new districts that was formed. So, that would be my, one suggested change.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then my last comment, I just wanted to thank our two council members who did serve on that committee. So thank you to Council Member Bañuelos and then Sandro Sanchez, for being in that committee and for contributing to our city.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sandro Sanchez?
Yes, I have a few questions. Are we able to hear who are those 6 individuals?
Yeah, we can, send out, the folks. I don't remember all of the names. Maybe Canoe has it that she could let you know.
Yeah,
Is everyone included?
Yeah, well, she looks for that. My next question is, if we do dissolve and form a new committee, will then the 5 existing council members be able to appoint again, or will we not because it's carrying over?
Yeah, we wouldn't have you appoint, because that would then make it kind of an advisory committee of the council, and we'd be back in the Brown Act rules. So we can definitely, it would be staff appointed, but we could definitely hear any recommendations, and we'd likely go out to you to make sure, especially since you represent districts, you probably know better than us who are some of your active constituents in your districts.
And then those that the staff would like to have those been selected already?
No, we would take a look at who the remaining active individuals represent to make sure that we follow the criteria that was established and consider, the filling the gaps.
Why are we allowing non-residents on the committee?
Well, I think it's really important to have some key technical folks involved, like Tamsi might be a good example, because we actually have a lot of projects that we're hoping to get funded that the community has been interested in. And Tamsi has some technical expertise that could serve to help the committee, discussing issues around transportation. It's really helpful too, because we're hoping that some of these other groups that we need to implement the plan will feel very invested in our plan, and then contribute resources. I know in Salinas, for example, they did involve TAMZ and MST, and MST actually, you know, committed to having a bus rapid transit along in the LaSalle, and I think having them at the table really made them feel invested in that plan.
So these would be folks that would be on the GPAC, would be folks from TAMZ and from where you're saying, or?
We would look to have representatives, like you might have someone, you know, a good example is you might have an ag worker representative, could be, you know, you might have someone like CCA, for example, who could potentially have a representative that is from Soledad, or, you know, works with residents of Soledad and can provide that feedback. But in any case, the entire makeup would be at least 2/3 comprised of residents, so that the residents' voice would be carried through.
So can I interject, Megan? So I think, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, like for me, what comes up, like when I saw TAMZ or MST, because a lot of what they're dealing with, and when we're looking at elements, portions of the general plan that have to deal with land use or transportation, then there's specific criteria, right, that they can bring to the table because they're dealing with regional transportation issues or needs, even with TAMZ, right, where they can bring different elements that some members of our general public may not have, some of that data or demographics. Even like members of AMBAG, right, that are dealing with future projected demographic forecasts for population base, for workforce projections, especially when we're looking at our general plan, you know, elements and different, that can bring a different lens that maybe our residents don't have some of that forecasted data, especially for TAMZ and for MST, because they do have a lot of other data that is relevant to our general plan.
I think my concern is, would not be necessarily that portion, but would be maybe other folks that may come in that aren't residents, that may have an outside interest and might represent like a business, for example, or something like that, or development, and so I just worry a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I should clarify, we meant like more government entities,
Okay.
not necessarily private developer. And I do have the list here. Oh, go ahead.
So, I do have the approved list of the appointed, members, and then we have the approved list of the approved applicants. Now, not everyone came to the last GPAC meeting that was part of this list, but of course, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, you're on that list, but, you're now a council member. We have Flavio Diaz Torres, Marcelino Nuno Jr., Monica Andrade, Laura K. Rivera, and those were the appointed ones. And then the approved applicants is Alma J. Fausta Valdez, Anthony Baca, and Yesenia Martinez. And of course, Ava Manuelos is also on there as well. And I believe, and then we did have two Spanish applicants, Maria Pero and Inida J. Flores.
And then are all of those active now, or
So-
for the active folks?
So the only active one is Fabio Diaz Torres, Marcelino Nuno Jr., Monica Andrade, Laura K. Rivera, Alma Fausto Valdez, Anthony Baca, and Yesenia Martinez.
So when was the last GPAC meeting? I thought it was February.
It was February.
7 months ago.
Yeah, it was February when we were discussing the vision and guiding principles.
Okay, because that was the meeting that we were.
Yes, that was our last.
You haven't met
We have
since,
not met since.
and that's because you haven't had a quorum?
We have not had a quorum. So every single time we try to schedule one, it just didn't work out for our GPAC members, and because of the way the committee is written, it's kind of hard for us to bring everybody in, and as I'm sure you guys are familiar with guys being on council and also being on other committees, sometimes it's hard to get members.
Yeah, I will say, this is not like to kind of come for staff, but I remember being frustrated that I didn't receive enough time of notice of when the meetings were. what I did like was that I was able to join via Zoom, which was very helpful. So I do think that having that standing time, especially if we are trying to adopt something by the end of next year, I think that's gonna be crucial to meet and meet on a more regular basis. And then I would love to see folks that were considered in the past. I know a few folks that have applied and that weren't put on, and I think that they would be really good additions. And I know that we're trying to hit all these targets, but I mean, if nobody's applying, we shouldn't be forwarding applications and not letting people in that want to serve and have something to say. Just because they're not teachers doesn't mean that they're not related to like A teachers like I am, you know what I mean? So I think that's something that we might want to consider.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. I think one of the things Megan and I spoke about in regards of this, if council agrees with today's, we will of course be inviting the existing GPAC, but also we will be doing a general plan workshop on October 3rd, at which we will be advertising for people to, you know, if you want to get involved with the GP, we do have a steering committee, would love for you to attend. We have application for you, you know, and we're gonna try and get as much community outreach out there in regards to wanting to be part of the steering committee. And so we're gonna try different types of alternatives, because I know that even with the application process you guys had in 2023 for the GPAC, it was kind of hard to get people to sign for the GPAC. So we're hoping that this time around, for it not to be as stringent, but be able to make it easier for people to just be like, hey, I really do want to get involved. And if these are the types of events that we need to hold in order to grab those types of attentions for people to apply, then that's something we're going to have to continue doing for our department.
And
then
through the chair, I did want to mention too, we don't have as much flexibility on Zoom either.
Mm-hmm.
There are, as maybe council members who have, noted, we have to put someone's, you know, where they're going to be located on the agenda. That means advertising maybe someone's house. You can't be necessarily out of town. The majority have to be in present. So it actually adds a complication that if we had an informal meeting, we'd have more flexibility to do a hybrid approach, which would also help with participation as well.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then my final comment would be similar to my comment made during the consent agenda items. And in order to have more input from our seniors, we can't really be advertising just solely on social media. I'd really love to see a push of kind of going in person. I know it's really difficult because everybody lives where they live, but somehow trying to figure out a way to engage them a little bit more, maybe meeting them where they're at. If there's any events for them specifically, I think that'd be a really good opportunity.
Yeah, that's actually something that Henry, our community engagement coordinator, is also thinking about. We've realized that door hangers are really, really good for people, but also in regards to the senior community, we've been trying to poach them at the community center when they do their activities at the recreation. So, and we've been getting really good results from them. So we have been trying to find different alternatives in regards to engagement. So I hope that continues in the future.
There's a lot of seniors at the park.
Yeah, so let's move on. Sorry, Councilmember, let's just make sure one person speaks at a time. Okay. So Councilmember Ansaldo, is that your done with the questions? Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
So I have a few things. The first one is that I really like the idea of having something more informal. But the only thing that concerns me is that at one point, one person might take over the meeting. And I noticed that the people that speak Spanish are the ones that left. So I was wondering if there is a way to have, I know because we're gonna have more structure, then we keep the times, the dates that we're gonna meet, and then keep the same topic and try to do it separately, Spanish and English, and then merge the decisions or the comments. Kind of have a person that is a liaison between the English and the Spanish, so that we can give the Spanish, the people that speak only Spanish, an opportunity to express their ideas and their thoughts. And then have somebody that is a facilitator for the Spanish and somebody for facilitating for the English. I think that it will be wonderful to be, and it's probably a lot of work as well. But also like kind of like creating a summary of what was done that day, so that in case one of them is missing that meeting, they can have the opportunity to go over the things that they missed, so that they are prepared for next time. And that way, we don't worry about they having so many questions in that. Kind of like the briefing that Megan does with us. Kind of, do you have any questions? If anybody misses, do you have any questions that I can answer for you? Or did you get that email with that information that we went over, and things like that, so that we can keep moving forward and stop conversating, you know, talking about it because somebody missed. The other thing that I also was concerned is the TAMC and MSD participation, mostly because of my first point is that I want that information from them, because I know they have valuable information, but I also don't want them to come and take over the meeting. You know, like, I want them to provide the information that our residents need, and not impose their what?
Their agenda.
Their agenda, because, you know, I don't want them to come and say, well, we know, or I'm an expert in this, and that's diminishing what other people might know about it, or diminishing their opinion. Because in that meeting, there's
So, through the chair, I think, the important thing and what we would establish is that the real experts are the residents.
Okay.
That it's their community, and you're here as a stakeholder to assist in executing the residents' vision. So we would, the staff would be very instrumental in making sure that that was the lens. That was always, the North Star of the steering committee. So I think,
that
yeah, that it, this is a resident's vision. That's why, we would ensure that 2/3 or more of the, participants were residents. And, to your comment about Spanish, whenever we do workshops in Spanish, they're way more subscribed than the English. So it's really important for us to conduct the conversations in the idiom that the group is comfortable with. So we would absolutely do what you're suggesting, and that's the nice thing about this informal structure.
And the other thing is that, because they're not gonna, because I know, because that happens to me sometimes, I feel bad if I miss, because I know they need that forum. And that having that freedom allows more participation, I think, and for a better understanding of what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, having coordinated similar groups in the past, sometimes people will show up to observe, and with this kind of structure, you can also invite them to sit at the table. You don't have to be like, no, you're the public, we're the,
That's
group.
excellent, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just as a follow-up with that, Megan, because I think, it's hard to see that our 2 Spanish speakers did leave, so I don't know. I mean, I've done workshops in both, and I know sometimes it's easier to facilitate all in Spanish as opposed to trying to do it in a combined bilingual group. So obviously, this is really important, and it's not an easy subject, because especially when you get into land use, it's very detailed. And so I don't know if there's a way that, I mean, if we can have a combined group, but if there has to be, I don't know if there's a way where we can have, I mean, you don't want to segregate, but is there a way that we can make sure that our Spanish speakers feel comfortable and that they're being included and not excluded because it's not part of the conversation? So I don't know if there's a way where we can have a workshop, where it works best to have a workshop in Spanish and one in English, to be able to ensure that they're having enough of the information and they have enough information to be able to provide feedback that is really meaningful to the conversation and what's needed. Because I know a lot of times we give out information and sometimes we don't get any feedback because we're not giving them what they need in order for them to be able to give us meaningful meaningful feedback in return.
Yeah, so, to that end, the most effective workshops or conversations that I've seen is you separate by language. Because it does, make conversation very difficult if it's going back and forth. And then you bring the group together as a bilingual group to share the ideas. And that way you're not necessarily keeping people separate, but you're allowing the conversation and the free flow of ideas and then bringing it back together. And that's what we're talking about doing for actually the workshop on the 3rd. And that's how we can facilitate this new steering committee as well.
Okay.
Yeah, cause I
Okay.
think, I agree with Megan in regards to it. I think one of the things that we've noticed is that we do have a very big, Spanish speaking or Hispanic Latino community. So we want to be able to cater that. So the one good thing about restructuring this is giving us the flexibility to be able to do that, to make it more inclusive. And making sure that we are getting the information and the comments from those who are wanting to be heard. But, they have a language barrier in regards of how land use is usually relayed on an ongoing basis. So this would just help us a lot in regards of, since we are going the process of the general plan revamping really quickly in regards of hoping adoption by next year, so. Okay,
Well, good, because I just want to make sure that that happens. And then in terms of governmental agencies and inclusion of them, I think for me, I'm glad Megan clarified that, because I think it's important for us to acknowledge that they do bring important information to the table, but to be able to ensure that there's a containment in terms of what type of information is being provided in these kind of settings, right? Their expertise in other settings, but in these settings, they're providing information that's useful for the residents to be able to make decisions that are needed for our long-term development of the plan. So that's important. I just want to know, like, of the 6 members that we have, I know that there's criteria that said that they had to attend the meetings, 2 times, right? If they missed 2 consecutive meetings, they'd be removed. I don't know if any of those members missed any of the meetings consecutively and 2 times, because I just feel like when we went through this process and, we dissolved the Measure Y or Measure S, did we do like the combine when we combined? And then we said, hey, we're gonna restructure that. There was, we restructured it. And so for me, it's just, if we're gonna restructure the GPAC, I agree that it's probably not the best interest to have it in the fashion that we did it, to be able to allow for more, just free flow of communication and not so stringent. But I also understand that in the way it was set up with the existing structure, each city council member, some of them that are no longer part of this council, did select some of those existing GPAC members that are still existing as part of those 6 current members, right? So I just, for me, if we're gonna restructure this and we're gonna be transparent, then I think we go back and look at a selection of going back and looking at the criteria. How do we go back and look at other members that fit within this category? And, ask whether they want to continue or not, but for me, it's not necessarily for them to be able to have a seat at the table again. But if we're restructuring it, is saying, hey, we're restructuring it, we want to make sure that we have these key areas, including now, because we have 4 districts and we want to make sure each of those districts are represented. And then we go back and look at those different criterias, and do we have representation within those priority criterias? That we want to make sure there is inclusivity and that we do have that representation, to go back and look at how we can structure that where it's still fair, right? Obviously, we want to make sure that it's still fair because they have been participating, but I also acknowledge that it was under a different structure that some of them were selected. Then how do we establish new rules as opposed to meshing two set of rules.
Through the chair, on that note, I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to kind of have a restart and have it kind of start over, and if these folks are interested, to have them submit an application to gauge their interest, because if they're still interested, they would submit an application and have like a sort of like a priority list, but in order to maintain fairness, I just, if it is going to be restructured, I think it would make more sense to kind of start fresh, because like the mayor said, folks were appointed by a council that is no longer here, and then it's kind of not fair for Councilwoman Bañuelos and I, who aren't able to have folks that we appointed there.
Yeah, and that's why we're saying we would invite them to apply for the new steering committee. I think that being able to reach out to them first and letting them know, hey, we are restructuring the GPAC to more of a steering committee. If we would still like to be involved, which you have in during the GPAC, you know, we would like you to apply and have the opportunity to still be part of our general plan outreach process. And if we are able to maybe lend that type of rhetoric, they may accept it and want to stay, or they may choose to not be part of it as well. Now, in regards of attendance, I don't believe that, I think only one member has missed 2 meetings, and they've only attended 1, from what I'm aware of. But mind you, we haven't had a lot of GPAC meetings. I think in total, the GPAC meetings were probably 3 or 4 meetings, and I've only been in 1, and that was the February one when I first started. But I believe there was, 2 or 3 meetings in 2023 for the GPAC meetings.
So Kanu, I think I would recommend that we go back and we look at what whoever is existing from that still what you've showed, to look at who has been in attendance, because and to be able to say, hey, from the GPAC meeting, we're restructuring, we're gonna ask everybody to resubmit. If you're interested, resubmit. But we do still have the criteria that we are gonna ask people. You know, we're gonna establish new set of ground rules, but the ground rules still exist that you can't miss more than 2 consecutive meetings, and you missed, you know, in your prior, you know, which we had it, you only showed up to 1 meeting, or you missed 2 meetings, right? So, I mean, we gotta know that, because we're asking someone to reapply if they only came to 1 meeting. That's kind of like, we need to know that, and they need to know that. They're gonna make the choice to reapply, but I would question that, whether we would want to select that person. You guys will make that decision, but it's like, you know, you'll have a criteria to look at. And we need to evaluate, because we really want to make sure that people that are gonna commit are gonna come. And so I would look at that, but I agree, we need to go back and have an application process, and without any commitments to say we're reestablishing, and everybody's gonna ask to reapply if they choose to do so.
No, I completely agree with that.
So does that give everybody enough direction? What were we supposed to do? Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind is this is gonna be a city staff organized and administered committee. And so the more direction that you give, we have to be careful. The more direction you give, the more it just seems like we're trying to do an end run around having this be a Brown Act council appointed advisory committee. So I think that you have indicated your desire to make sure that we start fresh, and that we require applications, and that we have representations from the districts and so forth and so on. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we have the city staff sort of separated and running this thing, and then reporting back to you as to how this is moving along.
From the district and from the criteria that was already established in regards to the outlining of the priority areas.
Yeah, I think that was what staff had indicated.
Yeah, and I do want to be transparent about one thing, which is, because we have to we want to have this representation, it's gonna probably be more like recruitment, not necessarily like a cattle call application, because otherwise we're not gonna hit our targets of different groups. So we'll definitely ask people to put something down in writing, but we are actually going to be out explicitly saying, okay, we need a you know, we need a faith-based organization. So let's recruit that, you know.
Or someone from the healthcare district, someone down there. something like that.
To the chair, we also have several nonprofit organizations that work particularly with women or agricultural workers and stuff like that that can help, and that those are the ones that attend those meetings more often.
Yeah.
They can fill those seats. Okay, good. So, okay, so we have enough direction on that item, so we can move forward. Megan, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that you have the consensus of the council that let's go ahead and dissolve the existing GPAC and.
Yes.
Do we need a vote
Do
or
we
just?
need a motion?
We need a motion.
Well, you know, did we actually set this up for
It says it is recommended that the city council receive the
consider
report.
dissolving the existing? Yeah, I mean, I think that you could do it by way of a minute motion. We don't have
Consider.
a full resolution, but I think you could go ahead and do that tonight.
Okay, consider dissolving the existing GPAC.
Mhm.
So make a motion to consider dissolving, or you
Yeah.
need a motion to consider to
So
dissolve?
I move that we consider proposed changes to the general fund advisory committee and provide the directions given. With the direction.
Yeah.
Dissolve?
So the motion
Yes,
is to dissolve the existing
motion
GPAC.
to dissolve the GPAC and restructure it along with the direction.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Cabrera and a second from Councilmember Alzado Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. So thank you. So thank you, Kanu, for that. So we will move on to our next item on our agenda. And we are gonna move to 4. And we will, that's consideration of sponsoring the 2024 4th of July fireworks show. And that was,
Mayor, and I'm gonna go ahead and excuse myself at this time.
okay, we have, Councilmember, Bañuelos excusing himself, and then I will turn the report over to Darlene. No? Oh, yes. So, Councilwoman, she needs to provide a statement of why she's recusing herself.
Yeah, I mean, she's recused herself on previous occasions because she is an employee for CAL FIRE, right?
No,
No, I'm sorry,
because she's
I'm sorry, we didn't make that. Yeah,
Because
this
she's a
is
4th of July
because she's a member of the
committee.
4th of July, yeah.
Correct. Okay, so I am going to, turn this over to Megan.
Yeah, and I just, where credit is due, I want to, thank Darlene for helping draft the staff report, even though she wants me to make the presentation. Essentially, the reason why we're bringing this, to, council is, twofold really, but primarily because the fire, works vendor that we, contracted with last year, we were able to get that contract because of a last minute cancellation, but they're already booking up for the 4th of July. It's very challenging to have a fireworks show on the 4th of July because everyone wants one, and especially this year because it so happens to fall on a Friday evening. If we want to go with that vendor, we would potentially lose that opportunity if we don't make a decision now, basically. And then secondly, the 4th of July committee has reached out to us about whether or not we're gonna sponsor, not so much because they're asking us money to do the event, but because they want our help. They asked for us to help with flyers for fundraising events for the fireworks show. And, you know, based on how we have addressed other requests through kind of having council authorization to support those efforts, I wanted to also make sure we follow the same procedures as we did, for example, for Spook Fest. And prior to that, I think we've done it for the Christmas parade and so forth. So that's essentially where we are. Admittedly, the vendor last year did follow the number of, they did keep their promises in terms of shelling and how many fireworks we were gonna get, but they didn't time it very well, so it was a fast show. So if that was a concern of council, we can definitely reiterate keeping it short. we changed vendors, primarily because of cost. The previous year vendor was 5,000 more, or actually less fireworks than this one was. This one also had the requisite insurance, which, you know, as city manager, I'm always very concerned about insurance for fireworks shows. And the prior one did not to say that we couldn't require that, as a condition, but in any event, we did budget for this fireworks show. What I think we can do is we can offer direction to the 4th of July committee about what expectations are for fundraising. They did achieve what was requested last year, which was they did fundraise for half of the show, and they did submit a check, I'm pleased to say. So that's kind of where we're at. If we really want to, you know, lock down a fireworks show for 4th of July this year, which will be even more challenging because it's a Friday, we do have to make a decision whether or not you want to do that. And that's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So let me take it out to the public. If there's any members of the public who wish to make a comment on item B-4. Okay, seeing none here in our chambers. Oh, you have a public comment? Okay, perfect.
I have a written public comment from Ms. Pauline Tomasini. Ms. Pauline Tomasini, a member of the Soledad 4th of July Committee, is asking the city of Soledad to please co-sponsor the 2025 4th of July fireworks show, both monetarily and with in-kind services. The 4th of July Committee is currently planning numerous fundraising events throughout the year. The first planned event will be taking place in the next month or so. We hope that you will seriously consider a request, as this event has been a very popular family event for many years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that public comment. Do we have any other members of the public that wish to make a comment on this item that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council for any comments, and I will start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, if I have my question. I wanted to see, well, originally I was thinking about, maybe, have the committee, give us a pros and cons from the previous, vendor they used. And also, I think that there is something in that writing that says that they don't want, they want us to provide some funding, but not as much, or how much funding are we gonna be able to provide? Because, if they are requesting limited funding from us, and we need to make an arrangement with a vendor, maybe we can provide the down payment so that they can raise the rest on their own.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we would have to do if council was amenable and wanted to move forward. We would put 50% down, which we do have funding for. We have over, I think, 12,500 for that, and we wouldn't probably put that much up. I think the show is roughly is 15,275. We may ask what it would cost to do a little bit of a lengthier show, because that was the main complaint. But it would definitely be under 20,000.
Yeah, because I was looking at from Orchard, and the way that the displayed, we always go there because you can see half of the city, and you couldn't distinguish which one was from citizens and which one was from the show. So when I was right there looking at it, I said, well, maybe we should encourage our residents to do their show, and then just not have that, but that committee, that event brings more people into our parks, brings family together. And I think it is wonderful to keep it and just make it a little bit longer, and if they can put a little bit tougher so that we know that is the show. And now that's my neighbor and we doing it.
Yeah, definitely, we could look at that. I will say, in my opinion about the previous vendor, from a city perspective, we had a lot more debris.
Yes, and they picked up.
This year, the debris was a lot less, and they did not have the insurance. I had just started at the time, and I was really nervous about that, but this new vendor had more than adequate insurance, so and yeah, I talked to Joel after, and he's like, oh yeah, they did a much better job of cleaning up. They only had a few stray casings or whatever that they found, whereas the previous year there was a lot more of a mess. So
yeah, I would suggest to go ahead with.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Gonzalez Sanchez.
Yes, I am actually very opinionated about fireworks. Although I see the benefit and the family friendliness of it, it contributes to a lot of debris and a lot of waste in the community. And my least favorite thing to do is to go the next day and drive around, walk around town and see fireworks casings everywhere all over the city. And I would really like to see, I don't know if we have this data. I would really love to see the data of how much time and cost that the city has because people are doing their own fireworks shows at home. And I know that, people start launching these fireworks from as early as late May to as late as August. And it's something that I think needs to be addressed by the city. And, I like fireworks. They're really nice to look at. I don't like how late it goes and, people work and, people's animals are barking and it's just it's very stressful. With that being said, I do have a question. So we are considering just paying for the whole thing and then nothing else from the committee, or what are we really discussing here?
Really the deposit.
Okay.
If we would put forward the deposit, which is half the cost of the show, which, right now they're telling us 15,275. If we wanted to try to, extend it a little bit more, we could keep it under 20,000.
So then our down payment would be the 15,275 or would it be 8,000? Okay.
Yeah, half of that. It's 75 or 70, let's see, 76.
Yes.
35 or something like that.
In the case that the fireworks committee can't make up the rest of the cost, do we lose the deposit or does the city just sponsor the rest?
We could bring it back to council to make that decision.
Okay. That's it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I was gonna comment. I was actually surprised to see this on the agenda so quickly because I feel like it was just before us, not that long ago. But I did just want to express similar thoughts as the council members that spoke before me, that it does seem, definitely some of our residents, the shows that they put on with the illegal fireworks, definitely is a competition to our fireworks show. I've watched it the last few years. And I think the illegal fireworks are going before. They're probably just as high. I don't even know where they get these fireworks from, but they're just as high, if not even higher than the ones that we're purchasing. So, there was that. And then once our show is done, there's this still going on until, I don't know, 10, 11. It's kind of amazing that they go on for so long. But my Question to Megan is, since we have been talking about in-kind expenses when the city is sponsoring or putting on events, I want to say, is this the highest, I guess, financial event that the city sponsors?
I don't think so necessarily, because, the parade has not been a big deal. It's been somewhat of a rolling parade. And really, the police and fire department are more focused on what's going around outside of this event. So I think probably what will maybe potentially, depending on what the revenue is, the most expensive event may be the flying event that we're proposing to do, because we don't really know, what that expenditure is going to be. But it'll also depend on whether or not, again, the 4th of July committee comes through with the percentage for the fireworks.
Okay, thank you. And then I think you guys might have covered this while I stepped out to the ladies' room, but so this is pretty much for us to pay half of the deposit, and then do we have to pay the other half, or the 4th of July committee is gonna pay the other half?
Yeah, so I think, if we mirror it, the same way, and we could condition it that way, we would put down the deposit, and then they would reimburse the city for the remaining part of the contract, which is how it worked last year.
Yeah, okay, and then, let me see what else I had on here.
And then, we, at the point, if it seems like they're not doing their job, we would lose our deposit, but we don't necessarily have to move forward with funding the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I know I went to this year's event, and I actually participated in the parents versus children tug of war, and sorry, kids, we won twice. So it is, definitely a good event. I know, our residents enjoy it. There's families out there enjoying it. I think if it's something that we're gonna continue to sponsor, I really would like maybe for us to be able to have some input, maybe on the bands that are playing, or, be able to have some input. But I think it might also be welcomed, because, I know that it is a small committee. But I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I was surprised it was before us as well so soon. So I guess my question is, what happens if we don't approve it tonight? Will it, if we bring it back, will it be more expensive? I think that's the case, right?
Yeah, we would likely not be able to move forward with this particular vendor, which has been cheaper than the old vendor. And we would have to identify a different vendor.
The old vendor is up to 25,000.
Okay. Okay, well, that's pretty expensive. So I supported the event in the past, but I think the last year, what I said, so I'll just make my comments, because I know the last time when this was before us, I mean, I support, and I know that obviously this has been a staple in our community for a long time, but I also know that, equally as what was said, we have a lot of the illegal fireworks, and I just feel like there's a big contribution for the fireworks show, which is a portion of the day, but there's a lot of work that's done by the committee to be able to have our families enjoy a whole day of a lot of great stuff. And I participated, this year, I usually have a little table, and, I had a lot of fun with the kids and the families out there this year as well. But, and I know it's great, because we have a lot of our community members that go out and enjoy at different portions of the day. And it's, it brings in a lot of different families at different times of the day. But that's not the problem. I think that's a great you know, it's a great function, family environment. For me, my concern is, you know, we spend the money for 20 minutes or 15 minutes. And yet there's still a lot of illegal fireworks that continue to happen in our community. And I know that we've talked about it in the past, that we've tried to say, how do we work with our police department? How do we work with our fire department to raise awareness about the illegal use of fireworks? And to let our community know we're spending this money, so hopefully we can deter some of those uses by other people, so we don't have, you know, thankfully, we haven't had situations like Gonzalez did 2 years ago, where a house burned down and someone died, you know, and we want to avoid that. But I just, for me, I really appreciate Pauline, and I appreciate the committee. But I just have a hard time again with expending this money. And now that we just talked about, we want to do more events for our community, and all of that is going to take money. And how do we make sure that we're utilizing the public's money to the best of our ability and really putting it into the best use? And are we really, you know, how do you determine what's the best use, and are we utilizing it in the best manner? When there's fireworks in the sky, but then there's a bunch of illegal fireworks as well, right? So, I mean, I know we all have different sentiments about that, but for me, it's just really difficult, because I made those comments last time when this was before us, and, you know, I'm gonna make those comments again, because I just have a hard time with that. The other thing, I know I said it before, and for another item, and I just want to say it again, because I think it's only fair. I know I talked about the criteria for sponsoring events, and I just really want to see that come from our team, our staff before us, as we move forward with sponsoring events where we have a sitting council member that is part of these committees, because I think it has to be really fair and transparent for our community to ensure that, you know, they feel like we're being, the council decisions that we're making are not being influenced because we have people that are sitting here as council members, right? Because they sit in these different committees, and that we do have a real clear set of criteria that we're utilizing. Because now we have two council women that sit part of these committees in these different events that we sponsor in the community. So I don't know. I mean, we've seen other communities that have drone shows. I mean, I know those are more expensive, but at least they're not fireworks, you know. Is there an opportunity for us to look at the possibility of that? I know, you know, we've seen, you know, reports even last year, the city of Seaside tried to do different things to be able to curtail some of the fireworks shows. Some cities don't do fireworks shows. You know, city of Salinas stopped their fireworks shows for a long time, and they just went back to it. And so I just, for me, I'm a little torn in terms of whether you know, whether I want to approve this at this time or not. I know we have it before us because it's a good deal, and if we don't do it now, you know, if we decide to do it in the future, it's going to be more expensive. But I would like to go back, and maybe at some point, Megan, if we do approve it tonight, that we have a discussion. Maybe it's time for us to go out to the community and really have honest conversations to our community, with our community members, about, you know, if maybe this is, you know, an opportunity for us to go and say, look, if we do this, this is how much it cost us. But is it worth it for us to put in this money to be able to do a fireworks show? And it's not the committee. It's not about the committee and the work of the committee, because they do an enormous amount of work to put on events for the day of the parade and all of the different festivities. But is it worth for us to expend about 15,000, and even for the committee, right, to do all of that work to raise that money, for us to spend 20 minutes or 15 minutes on a fireworks show where you don't even really enjoy the show because it competes with all the other illegal fireworks up in the sky? You know, maybe it's a conversation that we go back out and ask our community members, you know, is it something that you want us to continue to spend money on to be able to do that? Or can we utilize that money to implement another recreation program or to do another event or to bring something else different to our city?
Through the chair, Megan, did they give you a deadline on when we have to respond?
Tomorrow.
They actually gave us a
Okay,
deadline
well, first
before that, but we told them,
It's been like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We told them they had to wait until we.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I know that we had this conversation before, but I guess I'm just concerned that about the message that we're sending to our residents. We just discussed to invest $15,000 in a dine and wine that is gonna take 3 hours. But we are wondering what to do with an event that, yes, the fireworks is gonna take 20 minutes, but it's a whole day of activities. So I'm sorry, but if I look at it, it's almost 7 hours, 8 hours that people are hanging in the park with their families, with their kids. So it's about 8 or 9 hours of fun with the family. And we are willing to spend $15,000 in 3 hours, dine and wine, that we don't know if people are gonna come. But let me finish, please, let me finish. But we know that people go to this event. I guess I'm torn because in Mexico, the government actually put together these celebrations. But we here, it's like, there's always conversations about being divided, how can we divide our people? I mean, unite our people, but the very same celebration that unite us, or they're supposed to be unite us as a community, we are wondering what to do with $7,000 that we're gonna put as down payment. Is half of what we are going to put in the dine and wine. And it's only 3 hours. So I don't think it's fair that we are sending a message that, okay, we have to think about spending money in you, $8,000 for deposit, but we are willing to spend $15,000, probably more, in a dine and wine. Why? Because it is wine, or what is the reason?
Through the chair, I want to
Yeah,
respond to that, I'm
so,
sorry.
Councilmember
Just really
Gonzalez?
fast, it won't take too long. I just don't think it's comparable because we have so many events that are for families and children that are outside of this. We have Halloween event, we have all of these different events that are family oriented. The wine and dine event is not family oriented. So it's not really comparable because it's not just for families, it's a little bit different. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, so let me, for me, I just wanna say, and I'll respond to that because I'm the one that made the comment. And I did wanna make it clear because I did preface my comment by saying that I wanted to thank the committee because of the hard work that they do, because they put on an amazing event that's family oriented. That's not my problem, that's not my issue. My issue is the fact that we put on a 15-20 minute show. That's my problem. That competes with the illegal fireworks that light up the sky. That's my problem. It's not the work that the committee does because they do an amazing job. They do an amazing work. But at the end of the day is the fireworks show that's supposed to be a display for the families to enjoy is competing with all of the illegal fireworks. So my message is, how do we make sure that our residents know if we're gonna spend this money, it's not about we are not worth it, it's not about we don't want to, but it's about if we're gonna invest this money, then how do we make sure that we're not investing and competing with illegal fireworks? That our families are enjoying the fireworks show, but we're not competing with something that's illegal. That's my issue. It's not the investment in the family fun environment because that's important. But I just, that's my issue. And that's the message that I want to make sure is delivered to the community, not that they're not worth it. But we compete against illegal fireworks, and at the end of the day, the families don't even enjoy, you know, some of them may enjoy it, but that you compete with all the other fireworks in the sky. I mean, that's my point.
Yes, through the chair, I would love to join the discussion, and I'm glad that we're having it, and I genuinely respect everyone's, point of views and what we're bringing, to this discussion. I know for me, I have noticed, I've gone to Gonzales a couple of times too. I have friends that have invited me to see some of the bands that they have out there. And I think that the family, and they have a great event, like, I mean, it is very well attended by adults, by children, there's a lot going on all day long. And I think in Soledad, we can still have that, we can still have the fun, the bands, the games, the food sales, that also, benefit our nonprofits and provide the ambience. Even if we didn't have the fireworks, and, to me, again, I'm really torn about this, as I'm sure everyone is, because I do realize that not every parent is able to get fireworks for their kids. And so not every child, can have fireworks at home that they can go home and light up, or have the parents light up for them. So this is something, real difficult. And I do want to say, because as the mayor brought up, I do, I serve on a lot of committees for events in town. And so I totally appreciate our council member who works on this every year. Also Pauline Tomasini, and I also wanted to thank Darlene for bringing this to our attention and trying to save some money there as well. I don't know if the vendor just has a real good sales guy. Because he's definitely putting some pressure on us way before this even, entered our minds. But again, I really would love to take it out to our public and be able to get their input and, find out what is important for them. Do they want the fireworks? Do they care if we have fireworks or not? There's a lot of mixed opinions that I have gotten regarding the fireworks, and some are great, some are not. But I can genuinely say I'm really torn about this, because I think at the end of the day, it is about the family seeing it. But yeah, we do have also all those illegal fireworks that honestly compete, and they're starting before, during, and after. And it's just baffling to me, honestly.
Okay, council, so we've had robust discussion on this item. So I, for me, my recommendation, and I know that obviously this is a community fun event, and, part of it is, the fireworks show. I have, I've said my concerns about it, but either way, how the council feels of how we want to move forward with this, I would, on either occasion, whether we move forward with it tonight, because it seems like we don't have another option before us. But if we do decide to move forward with it, that I would recommend that we have community outreach on this item, that we get community input in regards to the fireworks show, how people feel about it. So by the time we get this item before us again, that we can make a decision whether we want to move forward in the future to continue approving or supporting the fireworks, not the event, because we all are in agreement that this is a great community event, but supporting the funding for the fireworks.
Through the chair, we can make that commitment, because it is in this year's budget, but in future years, it may be difficult to do. So I think it's a really good idea to, get that decision early. So we can do that.
Through the chair, I just feel like if we based our support for this, particularly for the fireworks, and we remove our support, then we let in those guys who use illegal fireworks win. Because when we remove our support, we're not gonna change how many people use illegal fireworks. So I think that our conversation should be should be two separate conversations. How or what can we implement so that people get punished for using those? But not mix it with the event. Because if we say we're not gonna have a show, then they still gonna do it outside. We still have to deal with the remains or with whatever they believe. We still gonna have to deal as a city, as a government, we still gonna have to deal with the consequences of them using those type of illegal fireworks. So us not providing funds for this celebration is not gonna change that fact. If he was, then I will support fully without questioning, but there is no way to make sure that they are gonna change it, that people who uses those kind of illegal fireworks, we're gonna make something different, or they're gonna avoid buying.
Councilmember Cabrera, we've had some discussions in the past, and we can bring it back again when we have the outreach also, because I think having community input is really important on this subject. To be able to determine what does our community feel about the use of public dollars for this, right? But I know we've had discussions with the police department, and we have our ordinance, so we did increase, right, Mike? We did increase some of the fines for the use of illegal fireworks. So that way, if people got caught with fireworks, there was an increase in the ordinance. And so when we were trying to figure out how do we deter people from, because we discussed it in the council before, right? Many years before, like every year we had a discussion about how do we deter people? And it was, okay, how do we increase the fees in the ordinance? We increased fees in the ordinance 1 year. And then our police department said, well, we really don't have the enforcement capacity. How do we use the drones? Well, even if you have the footage, and I'm not gonna speak for Chief, but I think it was, even if we have the drone footage, it's really hard because you need to be able to catch people in the act, right? You have to be able to physically, someone has to see them. By the time the police department gets there, everybody's gone. People don't want to testify. So then that was really hard. And then they were like, okay, so we're gonna confiscate. And then it turned out you confiscate, but then our police department, because it's considered toxic, right? Is it,
we have difficulty in disposing of and storing.
because it's toxic and hazardous waste. So now you have to pay a bunch of money to dispose of, all of the fireworks. So we've had like all these discussions about enforcement, right? How do we enforce it? And so it just seemed like every year we talked about enforcement and it just never worked. So I'll entertain having another conversation about enforcement again, and can we look at different things? But I think we can have a conversation again about what enforcement capacities exist, but I'll tell you, it's not just us, it's all cities across that are dealing with enforcement capacities because there's really limited enforcements. And so the other thing is, what do we do? Because enforcement wise, you really can't do a lot of punishment because people are not willing to say, my neighbor did it. My neighbor has the firework. I saw them, right?
But that only addresses my point. How not supporting the legal fireworks gonna change that? Because if you live up there, you see that every year increases. So much so that we couldn't distinguish the show this past year.
Yeah.
So how is that gonna change what you just said?
Well, but here's the thing for me is our responsibility as city council members is looking at the funding. How are we utilizing the public dollars? And for me, this is where I'm saying as a public official, I'm having a hard time supporting the use of public dollars to be able to have those public dollars blow up in the air when you're competing with all the other illegal fireworks, because you are seeing the increase year after year, and it's nothing with the event organizers. It has to do with the fireworks competing with all the illegal fireworks. Like, if we can't control it enforcement wise, why do we need more fireworks when our residents get a show every year? I mean, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately. So, I mean, that's, you know, that's my point in terms of use of public funds for that, because it just doesn't seem logical.
I
But
agree.
that's my
And
conversation.
I think I'm in agreement with you, and I think that it would make sense because we kind of have to make a decision to kind of decide now. I don't think we should be spending $8,000 every year on fireworks. I think that we need to drop our contribution a lot lower. And we can put a deposit, we can assist with the deposit, but the fireworks committee should come back and say, hey, we have this much money left over from last year. We will pledge this amount of money for this deposit, and then we'll do the rest, because it shouldn't really be in the city to pay for fireworks that are going to explode and only last 20 minutes. Like, the event is one thing itself, but the fireworks is another thing on itself, and it just doesn't make sense financially to be.
Through the
Okay,
chair,
so
I don't know if I could ask one last
Yeah.
question, please. Thank you. This one is for, sorry. This one is for Megan, for staff. Megan, I'm just curious, Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez brought up something, that stood out to me on, I don't think we should be spending X amount on this. From the cities, whether it's Monterey County cities, or I know you've worked in other states as well. Is it common for cities to pay for fireworks, or is this usually something that a nonprofit or private entity pays?
It's a mix. I think in Greenfield, like just locally here, for example, the city of Greenfield, I believe, sponsors a fireworks show, but in King City, the chamber sponsors a fireworks show. In Salinas, the city, for many years did contribute money when the financial situation got tough. They canceled and for many years did not have a fireworks show. And then I think this past year they did. And it's typically a blend of kind of similar to what we're discussing here.
Yeah.
So it's everywhere. I think some cities don't pay for it. Some cities do sponsor it.
It really is.
Yeah, it's good. And so last time we asked also if we can change the date because it was cheaper. So we used to go King City because we go to King City. King City has theirs on a Saturday or the day before. The day before the 4th of July.
I think also on a Friday this next year.
Yeah, so they do it before 4th of July. So then that way the residents can enjoy 4th of July. And so they say they get it cheaper because it's the day before. We had asked the committee last time if they could do it before, so it could be cheaper, and they didn't want to do it. I think moving forward, it's like, look, we could do this, but there's also gonna be alternatives. Can we do it on a different date? And then have the residents have,
Weigh in.
do they wanna do the parade afterwards and then, or do, the festivities afterwards, and then let the families enjoy the 4th of July, doing their own thing, and they get a fireworks show,
So through the chair, the money has been budgeted, right?
Money's been
So
budgeted.
there's money in the budget. The question is tonight, whether or not you want to give direction to staff to go ahead and use those funds to make the deposit on for the fireworks show with the same vendor that we used last year.
For the 7,500. For the 7,500,
Yeah.
yes, okay.
Right.
And so the discussion has been in regards to the use of that money, so if we do that, I would like to see that we also entertain community discussion in regards to future use of, can we do that? Or provide direction to
Provide
the
direction to
staff.
staff that so that we don't get into the same position next year and prior to the time that you adopt your budget for the next upcoming year, that we seek community input as to whether or not people want us to continue and so forth and so on. But in making the deposit now, you're gonna be locked into it. We will, Darlene, we will lose that deposit if we do not move forward with the other half of those funds. So you're basically committing to a fireworks show on this 4th of July in 2024. Oh, I'm sorry, 25 with this particular vendor.
But
But the other direction, which is the community outreach and so forth and so on, yeah, we can certainly do, staff can solicit and community input and so forth. Maybe we can even, agendize a future item. We can have folks come in and talk about whether or not they think yes or no and so forth, but that will pertain to fireworks show in 2026, not 2025.
got it. Okay, would it be 2026? Okay.
And the one other thing I just wanted to get confirmation is if we should be supporting the 4th of July committee and their fundraising efforts to, because obviously the more they fundraise, the less it comes out of city coffers.
I
So,
think if, in my opinion, I think if we were to do that, then we would have to open that up to everybody that, we work with.
Don't we kind of already do that? We're doing that for Halloween, right?
No.
No,
No.
Halloween,
We don't post stuff on the city
No.
website about Halloween.
no, just inviting people, but we don't ask for any, money donations or anything like that. The committee just did all the work on their own.
Yeah, and I think for that, Megan, I think we really need that criteria for the sponsoring when we do events, because then I don't want it to get muddy, and this is where I have a really hard time. Because we do have two councilwomen that are part of different events that we sponsor, and it to be very clear. Like, what are we going to support with and what we're not? We haven't helped with the sponsoring in the past, so. The 4th of July committee has done their own, last year they did their own fundraising, and then they brought in half of the money, and so they can do that again.
okay.
So council, are we any final questions, or does anybody want to make a motion?
I don't.
Everybody's quiet now?
It's too long. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, really.
Okay.
Mike, can you help me out here?
So the idea that what we have before you is whether or not you want to provide us with direction by way of a motion, because that's probably the best way to go ahead and expend the funds, a portion of the funds that you have budgeted for the fireworks show in 2025 by making the deposit tomorrow, which is the deadline for the half deposit on the thing. And then Megan had also indicated that we were seeking some direction from the council as to whether or not they wanted to sponsor, co-sponsor, and then co-sponsoring share costs, like the cost of preparing notices and leaflets for fundraising events and so forth. Seems to me as if the council has indicated that's for a future discussion. They don't want to commit to doing that now, that really what the council is focused on this evening is this decision as to whether or not to make the co-payment or the payment of $7,500.
I motion to go ahead and make that payment, the deposit payment of about, I think, $7,600-ish, and to continue the conversation about co-sponsoring.
Okay.
Second though.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Ansaldo and a second by Councilmember Cabrera. All in favor, say.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, and I think with direction to also look at the budget for future years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're clear, Councilmember?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Get out.
Privilege, could we take a 3-minute recess, please?
Yes. Okay, I thought that was gonna be quicker.
Nothing's
Okay.
I saw it was 9 and I started laughing.
I know, I wasn't good
I guess I told the people we're gonna be done by 9.
I think it could be done by 10.
Minute show. That's considerable. Are we up?
Just finish it. Oh my God. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so we'll move into our next item of business, item B5, and then we'll be back to our next item, which is B3. So B5 is appointment of an alternate for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, and I will turn this over to Megan.
Yeah, I think, as we reported last time, Mayor Pro Tem Corlejo won't be able to serve as the alternate for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority due to a new job that she has, and just wanting to make sure that there's no conflict. So we're just seeking an alternate. Councilmember Ansoldo Sanchez is the primary, so just to let everyone know that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just motion to nominate somebody?
Absolutely. So we can do that.
I motion to nominate Eva Banuelos for the
Second.
alternate.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo, and Councilwoman Banuelos, do you accept the nomination?
Accept.
Okay, perfect. And you have the ability to be able to join the meetings. I think they're in the evening, right?
They're every
Gonzalez?
third Thursday in Gonzales City Hall from 6 to 7 p.m.
Third Thursday, our cemetery board meeting is the second Thursday, so it'll be good. It'll be okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
If I miss.
If you miss, okay.
Okay, perfect. So then we do have an appointment and then oh, yes. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Great, so motion carries. Congratulations. So you'll be the alternate and we'll make that change also on our appointments calendar, our appointments chart, so that way that'll be clear. So perfect, thank you. Okay, so now we will move into our final business item of the night, which is item B-3, our current housing work program and policy program priorities. And I will turn this over to Ms. Beatriz Trujillo to walk us through that. Thank you.
And I'm just gonna share with you, a couple of handouts, that I used to add to this presentation, so in case you later wanna read it, one of them is questions about FAQs about AB 1482, and the other one is the draft ordinance that was passed by Salinas recently. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. I hope that this can be a quick presentation, but if you have questions throughout, let me know. So this is our current housing work plan program for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. And as you remember, because we came before you, a big portion, or actually what drives our work plan, is the housing element. You probably remember that this is a state mandate. And also that we recently adopted the 2023-2031 housing element. And in order to get this new element to the finish line, we had to do a lot of community engagement. So the policies and programs and initiatives that you saw drafted of the housing element, the 2023-2031 housing element, are really based on the community engagement that we did for the last year, and that included pop-ups, workshops, community events, surveys, all of this engagement with a very bilingual focus as well. So to get started, I wanted to give you an overview of the Soledad housing data. I know there has been different initiatives throughout the state, but in order for us to better decide and to better guide our priorities, we need to know what our housing stock looks like so that we are implementing programs that are going to benefit the majority of our population. So you saw some of this data during the housing element presentation. So most of our our residents are homeowners. We do have a 37% of our housing stock that is tenant occupied, but I did want to highlight that out of that 37%, 424 units, which is a little bit more than half of the units, are already restricted. That means that they're owned by Chispa, they're owned by the housing authority, and they're already regulated. The rent is already regulated. So the housing element goals, these are some of the initiatives that were included in our housing element, which includes applying for the pro housing designation, lot consolidation and lot split. We also recently allowed for-profit developers to partner with nonprofit developers, and you're gonna see some of these partnerships at play during when I show you the housing production pipeline. We also committed to do upzoning, especially in the downtown area. We also want to take or to focus on mixed-use rezoning, see the opportunities for that. We have recently started a conversation with code enforcement about enforcing those properties that are vacant, and that they're not attended, so that we can actually start to enforce, our municipal code for those units to, if the owner wants to sell them, whatever the owner wants to do with those properties, but that we actually get them back in the market, whether they want to start renting them or they want to sell them and somebody can purchase them, or we just really want to focus on that as well. So the neighborhood, we also committed to doing a neighborhood conditions assessment, and to look at the developer impact fees on a case-by-case project. Like if we have some of the nonprofit developers wanting to develop, that we see what they need and that we try to provide some type of support through the development impact fees. A new component for the housing element, and now all of the goals and policies that we are implementing, we really need to look at them through the fair housing lenses. And fair housing means that through any initiative, to any program, to any housing production project, we need to prevent segregation. We also need to foster inclusive communities. We need to make sure that we are minimizing poverty, and poverty concentrations. We might already have some neighborhoods that look that way, but then we need to have programs that will reduce poverty concentration. Housing disparities and housing needs, that we create programs that address those, and that we also create programs and policies that prevent displacement. So in any type of project, regardless if it's just a program or it's a production side, we need to take all of this into consideration. So these are the current housing programs that we're working on this fiscal year. Not all of them are going to be completed this fiscal year, but in order for us to get into the finish line, I've allocated a lot of my time with the housing analyst to make sure that these projects are moving forward, or these programs are moving forward. One of them is the motel vouchers program through the ERS funding. The other one is the tenant resource. We want to create new contracts with service providers that are the experts in some of these areas. We also want to create a fair housing contract, identify a provider that can help us with that. We want to explore relocation assistance, how will that look like? And we also want to partner with the Housing Authority to do tenant-based voucher workshops, bilingual workshops. Also, more information about the first-time homebuyer program. We're already in conversations with United Way to see if we can start a partnership next calendar year. And also, we want to create a affordable housing monitoring program in-house, because through the inclusionary housing and through the pipeline that we have, we're gonna have more and more units, affordable units that are produced through the inclusionary housing ordinance. And of course, facilitate the production of ADUs. And that, to facilitate that, we need to identify funding sources for families to be able to actually have an ADU. So this is the program that I'm working on this fiscal year. These are the housing projects that will actually produce housing that we are touching this fiscal year. They're probably not going to be completed this fiscal year, but if we don't dedicate time to this fiscal year, then they're going to get delayed. So you have seen this before. It's 540 Gavilan. We need to get the RFP out. Santa Clara Parcel E, and that's gonna produce a mix of affordable, and that's an example of the nonprofit and for-profit development partnership of Acres, our project with the school district, also our TAE campus, which will include housing, but also services. And again, the ERF with the construction of the Low Barrier Navigation Center. And we want to make sure that we are moving along the minimum of the specific plan so that the first two phases can be done by 2027. And now, those are the programs that we're working on. They serve both tenants and also homeowners. But I know that the focus of today is to look into more of the programs that we have available for tenants, or protections that we have available for tenants. And I wanted to make the distinction between rent control and rent stabilization. So even though we tend to use them interchangeably, I just wanted to make sure that we are focusing, if we want to have a conversation around this, that we're focusing on one or the other. So rent control, the purpose is to have a very strict limit on how much landlords can charge for rent. Where rent stabilization is more regulating the amount that can be charged and the frequency, but it's not putting a strong limit to it. Rent control, it usually applies to older buildings, like buildings from 1970s or older buildings. And the impact that it can have is that a lot of the property owners can take the unit off the market, or there's more tension and there's more friction when we're trying to implement rent control. Rent stabilization, on the other hand, as I mentioned, they also regulate the amount and frequencies that rent increases can happen, but it doesn't set a strict limit. So it works a little bit more with the market. And the purpose for this one is really to balance the protections that there are for tenants, while also regulating the housing, the rental stock. But it does give the landlord some flexibility to actually make a return on their property, which is their business. And this applies to a broader range of buildings. It includes a little bit newer construction, not the most recent construction, but newer construction. But it does not apply to buildings that were built or that were issued a certificate of occupancy within the last 15 years and to duplexes. And the impact that it can have is that it does, through housing stabilization, we actually can have some tenant protection services. And some of those examples are lease renewals, restrictions on evictions, and it creates a more dynamic program for tenants and for landlords. So some of these protections, that rent stabilization protections, are already outlined by the state through AB 1482, which is the handout that I gave you. If you have it, so the handout has the FAQs for 1482. But it was, and I'm sorry, I think it was effective as of January 1st, 2020. And it has already established an annual limit. So it could be 5% plus the local inflation, or 10%, whichever is lower. And then the eviction protection under this one is it requires landlords to provide just cause for eviction after 12 months of tenancy. So it has a higher level of protection for those tenants that have been housed for more than 12 months in one apartment or one rental unit. And tenants also must receive relocation assistance or a rent waiver for certain not at fault evictions. So that means that the landlord should provide some type of financial assistance for the move out, move in cost. And the exceptions for this is the new construction. This is why I'm saying that it's very similar. This is more of a rent stabilization approach, because the new constructions, buildings that were issued a certificate of occupancy within the last 15 years, this does not apply to them because they're newer buildings. Also, single family dwelling units or condominiums, they're exempt from this law. And also units that are already subject to local rent control, they are no covered through AB 1482. So with that said, because AB 1482 is what most jurisdictions that we have been using to protect our tenants, but Salinas did their own housing and stabilization ordinance. And a lot of the things that they covered is based on the type of market that they have. They have a larger rental stock. We have a very small rental stock. But the overview for this one is that this, the ordinance from Salinas, and that's the draft that you have. I wasn't able to find the document that didn't have the draft on it, the watermark, but that's a draft that was adopted recently. But this ordinance applies to multifamily dwelling units built before February 1st, 1995. This also applies to mobile homes This one has an annual fee that hasn't been determined. They're still trying to do, the market study to see what will be feasible in that it can actually be a program that is self-sustained. But the amounts that have been thrown at it is $96 to $120 as an initial fee. And this also regulates the time, the number of times that rent can be increased per year, which is only one rent increase per year, and it shouldn't be more than 2.5 to 2.75 per year. That's also part of the draft that you have. The protection that this ordinance is offering for tenants and landlords is that either a landlord or an owner, they can petition for a relief to receive a fair and reasonable return. So if they feel that they're undercharging, that they can actually petition to the city to look at the rental amount that they are charging their tenants and adjust accordingly. And that will supersede a 2.5 or 2.7%, but it will have to get city approval for that. Same thing for the tenants. If they think that they are getting charged more than what they should be paying, they can petition for a rent reduction. It will also have to go through the city, and for that, they're gonna have the hearing officers, so that becomes a resource for them. Tenants can also request capital improvements, so for those projects that are aging, like those units that are aging, they can request capital improvement. However, the landlord can pass on the cost to the tenant in the form of increasing the rent. And you notice that the other protection for tenants, because of the demographics, is that they realize that providing notices, written notices just in English is not enough. So as part of this ordinance now, landlords are gonna have to provide bilingual notices to tenants, any type of rent increase, any changes to the home, if they're gonna go through any type of remodel, they're gonna have to provide a notice, and it's gonna be a written notice, English, Spanish. The units that are exempted from this is single family dwelling units that are owned by an individual. If they're owned by a trust or a corporation, then they will be subject to the ordinance, but if they're owned by an individual, they're not gonna be, this ordinance is not gonna be enforced to those units. Condominiums are also gonna be exempted from this ordinance, and multifamily affordable deed restricted units, of course, like the Chispa, the housing authority units that they already follow some type of deed restriction, they're gonna be exempt. The multifamily units that were built after 1995, they're also gonna be exempt of this ordinance. And transit units, whether that is a hotel, whether that is, if there was any like college housing, they will be exempt. And for the implementation, something to take into account is that the housing division will be leading the implementation process. It's gonna be housed there, but they're asking for 4 additional full-time employees in order to be able to implement the ordinance. And just to give you like some background, the city of San Jose, I'm just gonna say the Bay Area in between San Jose and East Palo Alto, because I don't want to misspeak about the city, but it's a larger city. They have 6 people implementing this ordinance.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very intensive because if you truly want to enforce it, it's gonna be a lot of boots in the ground. It's not something that is gonna be as easy to comply. So in order for this to be actually enforced, you need boots in the ground. And when I tried, a little off topic, when I tried implementing the rental registry in Salinas, I was the only staff trying to implement it. And it wasn't great. Like I needed a lot of help, and they hired another full-time person to help me with it. And what we thought that was gonna take 6 months, is going on to, I think, close to 2 years, and it hasn't been fully implemented because we don't have the right staff to do that.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're staff intensive. So I want to come back to the housing and stabilization ordinance and our solid data. So that I just want to present this information to you in order for you to be able to assess what kind of priorities you want to have, based also on a particular housing stock. So as I mentioned, 37% of our housing stock are rentals, or 37% of our residents are renting. It could be less, it could be more now, because this data I think is from 2022, but I think we should be along those lines. It shouldn't be that big of a difference. In most of the units, that are multifamily units. So we have 424 units that are already, affordable restricted. That means that they're owned by Chispa, by the Housing Authority, and they're more than, and these are units that are in a multifamily complex, and they probably are the ones that can be enforced because they have 5 or more units. Most of them have 5 or more units. There might be a couple that have 2, because they have, Chispa has some single family dwelling units that have an ADU, so those are only 2, and we might be counting those differently. But if you can see that easiest units where you can enforce a rental stabilization ordinance are the multifamily units that have 5 or more units, because you know for sure that they're renting and that's where you can start. Those are 417, and most of them, if not all of them, are part of the big restricted units. So the other 300 units between 2 and 4, depending on what route we want to go, there are limitations to the rental stabilization ordinances, legal limitations to it. And I think that's why also Salinas is not including the condominiums. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that that's because that's a legal restraint. But if you think about the next big portion of the unit that we can enforce, that is the low hanging fruit, will be multifamily 2 to 4, but the ones that only have 2 units, those are we won't be able to enforce. So we have a very limited rental stock market that we can enforce this ordinance towards. I'm sure that there are single family dwelling units that they're renting a room or that they're converting an ADU. Those are also, as you saw from Salinas, they're also exempt if they have an ADU. If they're just renting a room through a rental stabilization ordinance, those are almost impossible to enforce, because how can you enforce it? Like, I know that we need to do something, but it's probably not gonna be through a, in my opinion, it wouldn't be through the stabilization ordinance, because how can you prove that people are renting a room? Because a lot of it is cash, it's really hard. So the challenges with applying this is what I described, plus the fact that in housing, we only have 1 full-time employee, that's me. And if I get pulled to the housing and stabilization, that will take me away from all of the projects and programs that I describe as being part of the housing element. Of course, like, we can decide hiring more people, and that's a conversation that will be for council to consider. But at this point, this fiscal year, it will be very hard to implement or to start exploring something like this with the staffing that we currently have in housing. So back to council consideration, and I think I already covered this, but is to consider the housing staff. We only have the housing analyst full time. The percentage of people that are housing and stabilization or housing or rental stabilization or rent control ordinance will serve. What's the percentage of residents that will actually serve from that type of ordinance? And also to see if there are any other programs, policy, projects, or initiatives that will have a higher impact in our population, and what's more effective. That's just for you to consider. So our recommendation as staff is that you allow us to focus on the implementation of the housing element, the 2023-2031 housing element, and that we can create some programs. We can prioritize creating those programs that will really address tenant services and resources, that we make that a priority for, not just for the implementation, the cycle, but that we make that a priority for the first years of the implementation of the housing element, that we're really creating more programs and policies that will help protect tenants and create resources for them. We can do that, but within the work plan of the housing element. However, that's your decision, but this is what we will recommend as staff. And with that, if you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to take those.
Beatriz, thank you so much for the information. I did notice that your presentation is different than what was in our packet. So if you can send us your presentation, because it has a lot more, I mean, it has some elements, but different elements than what you provided. So that would be helpful for us.
Yes, I added that, realizing it aligns with the staff report, but it's easier to follow on the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So, very thorough. Thank you. Let me, take it out to the public, and then I'll bring it back to council. Any members of the public that are with us that have any comments on, item B-3? Okay, seeing none, then I'll take it to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any members of the public that have any comments on items B-3? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council for questions, and let me start with Council Member Ansaldo Sanchez, since I know he's the one that he's the one that had requested the presentation on housing, had some concerns and questions, so I will hand it over to Council Member Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, thank you so much, Beatriz, for your thorough presentation. I think it becomes difficult, right, because of what you've mentioned. The real issue in Soledad is renting rooms and not having any contracts and not being able to enforce something. And so I think I would really like to see some sort of brainstorming on how we can at least let folks know that they still have rights, especially folks that are undocumented that might not feel comfortable coming and speaking up and saying, hey, like, I agreed to rent a room for $500 and now they're charging me $1,000 and it's like a couple months later. And you know, these are the things that are a little bit more difficult to sort of enforce, but I think that's something that our community is sort of facing right now. And I think the bigger issue here in Soledad too is that we can't enforce the rent stabilization for a lot of our newer developments that are happening that are starting at a really high cost. And so letting folks know of all of the other resources that are available for them for rental assistance. And, you know, I think having a rental registry database would be something that I would really like to see. And I know that you're saying that it takes some time and you need more staffing, but on that note, I really want to see how in the future, how we are going to sort of grow our housing department, especially because we're about to expand and we're looking to expand with Miramonte. And I want to be able to not just have you by yourself doing everything. And I really do think that we need to kind of address that moving forward and also making it a little bit easier for folks to come forward with any violations that are going on where they're living right now. You know, if they're living in squalor, you know, they don't have hot water, they don't have all these accesses. I think a really large thing coming from somebody that has rented before when I was in college is that I didn't know what my rights were. And I think that's something that I want to be able to have the city come in and ask a question like, hey, like this is what's going on. Is this legal? You know, and having that sort of liaison process, I think that would be something that I would really like to see. And then when it comes to like what's on the housing element, the thing that kind of concerns me a little bit is that we can have all these things listed out, right? But how are we really enforcing them? Like we can say like, oh, our goal is to do to tackle housing disparities and housing needs, but well, how are we enforcing that? How are we holding ourselves accountable to, you know? And I think with that is that there are some people that we do miss because we are trying to do affordable housing, right? And so our affordable housing goes up to a certain extent. And then if you don't fit in this certain kind of bubble of what deem is affordable housing, folks that make too much for affordable housing, but make too little to have their own space, like what are we doing there? You know, folks that are single or folks that are choosing not to have children and they deserve somewhere to live as well. That isn't just the 1-bedroom apartment, isn't just an ADU in someone's backyard. Those are just all things that I think I would really like to see tackled in these next 8 years because they all kind of fall under housing disparities, and I want to make sure that we're tackling that there. What else? I think that's most of my comments. I know it was a lot, but I'm trying to go fast.
No, thank you. And I think some, like the first one that you addressed, having more resources even for those folks that are undocumented, we really want to cover that this year through the tenant resources contract and the fair housing contract. At my previous job, I was working with the Monterey College of Law where they can do clinics and they can talk about tenant rights. But it's really hard when you talk about tenant rights because people want to address their individual concerns. So it feels like, yes, I tell you about your rights, but then when you have a specific question, I'm not able to answer. So what we were building with them is like, we'll pay you for the clinics, but we will also pay you to help some people on a one-on-one basis. Like we cannot provide the legal advice, but you can. So when they come to you, like we can give you some type of incentive to take those referrals so that people can actually go and take their one-on-one questions. So that's something that I want to explore this year, how we can replicate something like that here, but it will be covered into our fair housing contract or tenant resources.
And through the chair, if I can just add, in the housing element, for how we achieve affirmatively furthering fair housing. There's actually very specific programs that we have in there, and a lot of them actually have to do with some looking at some tenant protection. So while this is not in our work program this year, there is a look at just cause eviction, for example, which is a very important thing to look at. So we are being intentional, related to displacement, disparities. And then the other thing I did want to add is we're looking at a first-time home buyers program that may involve down payment assistance, which may help for folks that are sort of in between those areas of making too much but not having enough, to put towards a house. And then also looking at different unit types to have housing that's cheaper by design, but also creating different housing types for different folks, right? Not, if you're a single person, you don't need a 5-bedroom house. So and making those construction cheaper by altering our development impact fees. So you don't pay as much impact fee for, let's say, a studio condo than you would for a 5-bedroom house. So those are some of the things that we're helping to address some of your points about, housing, making it more affordable, and also not just one size fits all.
In the way that we're held accountable is that now the state is being more intentional about the annual progress report, so we have to report every year, and this is a report that you will see before we send it to the state. We need your approval before sending it to the state, and that's where you can really see we're actually meeting those goals that we set out for ourselves.
Thank you. Okay, so let me move down this way, and Councilmember Cabrera.
My only comment is that I like what you said, that throughout the years, it might look like something impossible to do to the implementation. But if you tackle one thing at a time and plan in how to develop on every idea that comes out of you while you're doing all this work, then that could give us a lot of information so we can find ways to implement little by little. I know it's gonna be hard. The fact that larger cities only have 6 people doing it, and they probably haven't done a thorough work, that means that you just touch the surface. Because we have several different situations, like you could have members of the family getting together and living and just providing not one person renting, but everybody contributing. That's different families in there. And that could be seen as renting 4 people. So it's just a huge animal for one person. And I think that I think you have that ability to see opportunities, and those opportunities can create small programs that can work effectively in the city. And thank you so much for all the work that you do. And we hope that I hope that you can bring us more details in your whatever you findings you have.
Definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
For some reason, I was gonna go ahead. Okay, try to wake up here. I wanted to thank you, Beatrice, for the presentation. It was honestly so thorough. And I have personally noticed a big difference when it comes to our housing since you have joined our team. I know you're still fairly new, but you just, jumped in there. But I think, I want to say, I don't think there's a person sitting up here that's not concerned about affordable housing for all of our Soledad residents and making sure that they have, a roof over their head at night. But I do want to say how important it is to have a mix of properties, which is what it sounds like that's in our housing element and what we've been working towards. And you know what, and again, the reason is because of that, we do have people that are very low income that need, you know, housing. It might be a single mom, it might be, you know, someone that's just starting in the ag industry or something like that. But then we also have our professionals that are struggling as well because they have one income, and nowadays you need two or even three incomes, and that's the reason why we have, you know, a couple of generations living in one home because they're all contributing to that household for rent purposes. And then I did want to say, and I won't say the individual's name, but I do have an individual that's a friend of mine that I just found out last week that they had been homeless a couple of years ago, and they're a Soledad resident, and they're they have their degree, they have their bachelor's degree, they worked in their industry for a while, but there was some, unforeseen circumstances, and they found themselves living in a car. And I was like, oh my God, like I didn't know, but it really breaks my heart because, it's not just, those that are low income nowadays, but it's really many people are one paycheck away from being there. And with that, I just wanted to highlight that the point in time count that was just done by the coalition of homelessness here for our area. And I was honestly surprised to see that Soledad was on the top 3 of the increase for unsheltered. Unsheltered, I think we were about 275% growth from 2022 to 2024. So I was that was an unfortunate top 3 to be a part of, but I know we're working towards that. And also I just wanted to say 2 more things. I know we're all tired. I did want to, just let our public know that now we have a housing analyst, and I know we're going to be adding to that, even though they're going to be temporary positions. But I wanted to thank Megan and thank Beatrice, and also wanted to thank our mayor, because we have been together working in the Affordable Housing Committee, and I know that there's a lot of things that we have been able to move forward to our council. And so there are a lot of different affordable mixes that we're targeting, and we're trying to be able to help and provide for everybody. And my last comment is just going to be regarding providing tenant resources. And I really love that at the Gateway Center, we have El Pájaro CDC who was going, we have SBDC, we have all these different partnerships that are helping out our business owners. And I think that it's just as important to be able to hopefully reach out to some partners and maybe bring them here so that our residents have access to them. Maybe bring them once a month. I don't know, CRLA or the Housing Advocacy Council, or, there might be others. I'm sure there's plenty other, and I'm not selective. I just would honestly love to be able to provide that for our residents, so that they could have, someone here that they can go to for help and for services. And I think just, supply and demand, I'm glad that Miramonte is going to be coming up soon, and it is going to offer a mix of different unit prices and targeting different income levels. And just want our community to know that this is something that's important to all of us, and we're working towards that, and we're making a lot of improvements that are coming down the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Nunes.
Thank you. Just want to make a statement. I'm going to echo what Part-Time Courtney mentioned, but Beatriz, I appreciate all the analytical logistics that come with all the stuff that you do with the housing element, and of course, just the very complex, but you did it slide, and I appreciate all the hard work that you do, and it's noticed that all the work that you do, and as regards for the housing element, I hear a lot, just a lot of comments with my community, our community, and what I really dive into is like, what, come and participate with these workshops, because as I mentioned to Megan, with our briefing, you know, we are not only the community, you are the community. So I'm very transparent with those who I talk to because I want you to get involved with everything that we do for our city. So thank you for everything that you do. Lisa.
Well, Beatriz, I just want to say thank you again for the information. And for me, obviously, housing has been my priority since coming on to the council. And so I'm glad to see the housing element that was produced this last time. And I know I talked to Megan consistently a lot about the housing element and wanting to make sure that it just wasn't a document that we produced for 8 years and we put it on a shelf somewhere and we don't come back. In the past, we've seen the progress reports and the council didn't really even dive into the progress reports. And so thank you for mentioning that because I think it's incumbent upon this council to ensure that those progress reports really do reflect what has been happening and that we really look at that and question that and make sure that we're a partner in how we can support how those projects are moving forward and how we're supporting staff also and making sure that we're providing the necessary resources to make sure that those elements in that work plan in the housing element is moving forward to support the housing that we need in Soledad. So for me, it's a document that's near and dear to my heart because I know that it is a framework for us that does provide us with a template to be able to move forward. But I think for me, the other thing that I've noticed, and since coming here, I know that I really fought hard to be able to have a housing person and not just a housing coordinator. Having worked in housing, I knew that I needed someone more than just a coordinator position, and not to say anything negative about a coordinator position, but understanding the complexities of housing, especially when you're working with a multitude of different land use and financing, that you really need to have some of that technical background, and it's really important. So I know I fought hard to be able to get someone for housing and to have a staff person, but I realized that, you know, one person is not enough. You know, I was a housing analyst for a long time in the city and I knew 1.5, you know, a 1.5 position didn't get us very far. So there's only so much a 1.5 person can do, right? So I know it's important. So I think for me is really looking, you know, at this council to say if we're really serious about making sure that we're moving forward with the work plan, that we really need to look at the budget and we really need to look at our staffing and having just one person for the implementation of everything that we have before us and everything that we want to get done, whether that's realistic or not. Several years ago, you know, the council looked at economic development and we kept saying that economic development was a priority, but yet we only had one person in economic development. And we kept saying it was a priority, but one person is not a priority. So I think, again, you know, I want to question ourselves in terms of if housing is really a priority, then we really have to look at whether one person is really, you know, going to get us to where we need to get. And so it's important that we really look at the budget and see, you know, realistically with the work plan that we have. I think it's astounding what has been done. And, you know, I thank you and I thank Megan for moving us forward and the rest of the team. But I think it's going to take more than just one person to be able to get us to where we want to be and to get our work plan developed. So I think for me is really for this year is looking at, you know, the staffing levels that we need to get everything done. I think the overcrowding, we need to really address that. I think a lot of the issues that we have really stem from the overcrowding and the lack of building. We built a lot of single family homes, and the reason why we have a different diverse stock than Salinas is because we haven't built, you know, multifamily housing. We built single family housing to our detriment because we have a lot of overcrowding as well. So I think Miramonte is really important for us. And even though it's going to provide housing, I want to make sure that we have a really big, really focused lens on what kind of housing it's producing and that it's going to produce the right type of housing that we need and that we make, you know, the right decisions and tough decisions for our community because we want the right kind of housing for our residents. So I think that's going to be important. And then also as you said and Megan said, is the first time home buyer program and down payment assistance. I think that's gonna be really important because we see many of our community residents that we've said to them, like, go get a college degree, get educated and come back and you can live here. And many of them have, and they can't buy a home here. You know, they can't afford to live here. So it's looking at how do we really make sure that we retain that knowledge and that talent base here, right? So they can go and they can come back and we can hire them here for, you know, our engineers, right? Our, our managers and our directors, and we want to make sure we retain that talent here. So what can we do to make sure that we provide those opportunities? So I think having that, and then the other thing for me is also, as Councilmember Fernando Ansando Sanchez talked about, is the rental registry. Would that be viable? How would that work? I know Salinas was really intensive, but can it work here at a different level? Because we don't have that big rental base. Can that work? How would that look? And then also budgeting for, I know you have it already, and thank you for putting it as part of your work plan, but I think what we've seen a lot, especially being out in the community, is there's a lot of fear, especially with our undocumented folks, and even those that are not undocumented. It's just a fear of when somebody, raises the rent, is the fear of saying, hey, don't do this, because they don't have anywhere else to go, right? So the fear of complaining because they might get kicked out and they don't know where to go. So it's really making sure that our residents have enough tools and skills and knowledge to be able to understand what their rights are. So I don't know, I know we have identified a lot of the different organizations that we've worked with, CRLA, CCA, Echo Housing, but that we have a budget, and I don't know if we can have a set aside budget to be able to provide them funding to be able to do that, or if we can work with them to have a set aside budget. So we can have a work plan already, workshops that they're gonna be doing for the next year here. And so that we have a list of series that we can say, hey, next year, here's a list of series that are gonna be conducted in English and Spanish for our residents, and that we really concentrate on doing that and really getting people to come to those, because that's really important. What we've seen, what I heard a lot on my end has been like what you said, which is really hard to prove, but many people that are renting rooms, there's a lot of people that are renting rooms, they have no contract, they're paying cash, so there's a lot that's happening here. And it's really tough, but I think it's, getting some of that training, so they also know, even if you're renting a room, because you still have rights. And as long as there's a money transaction, because I know I had several cases and I had to call CCA and they said, look, as long as there's a money transaction, that's already a tenant. It's a relationship, so, you're already a tenant and they're already a landlord. So you're still protected under the tenant, Rights Act. So people need to understand that, because a lot of people say, hey, well, they don't think they become a tenant because they're renting a room. So I think doing a lot of that, I think will really help, because that's what we hear and we see out in the community, that a lot of that is happening with a lot of our residents. So.
Or even if that's your situation, know that you have to save your receipts, because sometimes they don't save receipts or they don't request a receipt. It's like, if that's your situation, you're renting a room, these are the things that you can do to, in the event that something was to happen, you can prove that you have the tenant-landlord relationship, but these people don't know.
No, and because they're paying cash, and I've had to tell people, don't pay cash, and they're saying, well, they're asking me to pay cash. Well, that's illegal, they can't ask you to pay cash, right? Write them a check, write a cashier's check. So even something as simple as that, right? So I think it's just having people understand, no, you have a right to tell them you want to pay this in this format, right? So there's a lot. So I think for me is making sure that we start with that. We have a plan which has been identified. So it's like, how do we make sure we already have, all of that put in place for next year? We're working with a lot of these existing organizations, because you're only one person, but how do we start working with them already? And if there's a budget set aside, or we have to come back and look at the budget and see what dollars do we have that we can allocate to set aside to be able to work with the organizations, or, work with them for applications that we can support or do a match, or, so we can start doing that and offering that in the community. So we have scheduled dates of series that we're gonna work with. But also looking at the budget and the staffing of what is needed in terms of housing and how we move forward with implementation of all of the work plans and the rental registry for me.
Through the chair, I think the one exciting thing is that we were able to leverage the encampment resolution funding to get a full-time, although temporary, because the grant funds will run out in June 30th, 2027. We just posted the position that will really help because Beatrice has had to spend a lot of time on that, and that will definitely help with that. So we are going to be adding a person, so check. And I do think when we can get some of these other things accomplished, Beatrice is also trying to get the RFP out for 540 Gamelon, which will be really exciting. Probably in the winter, we'll be able to get out, an RFP for, and I probably should say early 2025, for some of those tenant services that you're talking about. And just in time to come back maybe at mid-year for a budget authorization. So that's kind of our short-term plan for that, so.
Good, yeah. Well, thank you for that presentation, and thank you for all the work that you do for being one person.
And also a Soledad resident.
Also,
Lucky girl. Soledad talent.
Exactly, being able to stay here. Hopefully you can afford to buy a house here. But thank you so much, Beatrice, really appreciate that, and thank you for all the work that you do. Yeah. Okay, so council, then it's just a presentation, so we have some direction and we'll move forward. Thank you. Okay, council, so let's move on to our next item on our agenda. Let's move on to the mayor's report and then council member reports. Let me just. Okay, thank you, Stephen. So we'll start with our timer. Okay, so on the 5th, I participated on the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. We had the Leadership Council preliminary release of the 2024 census report for the homeless point in time count. So as Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo said, we did have an increase from prior counts, but that was only because in prior counts, I know that there was some rain impacts from some of those numbers, and those counts were really not as accurate for us, but there was an increase overall in Monterey County of 16% with 2,436 people that were homeless, and 79% of those said that the main reason why they were homeless was because of their inability to pay rent. So that was pretty staggering based on the conversation we just had. On 9/6, I participated on the Monterey County Mayors Association meetings. The city of Gonzales was a host. Highlight for the discussions were on joint water policy priorities and how the mayors can come together to agree on a long-term water supply needed for the next 10 to 15 years in the peninsula to help lift the moratorium and help construct housing that's needed in the entire Monterey County. So more discussion to come on that. On September 6th, I attended the 10th anniversary and celebration of the Epicenter, presented a proclamation on behalf of the Soledad City Council. And as you know, the Epicenter does provide services to Soledad. They did provide services to approximately 325 youth from the city of Soledad last year. On the 9th, I attended the MST Board of Directors meeting. Just something that of importance is that December 31st of this year, the on-call services in South County will be discontinued. So this will coincide with the initiation and completion of the Soledad circulators of the micro transit. So just so people know, it doesn't include the MST rights, so that's still gonna continue. So it's only the on-call services, and data shows that people did not really utilize that service. And then on the 9th, I had a call with Karen Lee Garcia from the Monterey County Arts, and that was to provide feedback on the finalists of the mural design. On the 9/11, we had the Patriots Day and Day of Remembrance, so thank you to the police department for hosting that and the fire department. And then on the 12th, I attended the California Coastal Commission meeting to speak on support of the MSP Surf project in my capacity as former chair of the board. And then on the 14th, I provided a welcome at the 2-day domestic violence prevention and awareness training for Líderes Campesinas from Soledad, Greenfield, and Salinas. And on the 14th and the 15th, I went to the community garage sales around town, found a lot of great goodies. So thank you so much for everyone that coordinated that. And on the 17th, I attended the Gateway Center open house. So thank you. That's my report. Okay, so I will now turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Oops. Yes, I will definitely be under 3 minutes. In no specific order, I did meet with, the Arts Council also to go over the murals on Front Street. I also attended the Day of Remembrance, put on by the Soledad, Police Department, ceremony. And then, I also attended the Gateway, open house yesterday. And yesterday I also had my weekly meeting with Megan. We changed it from Friday to yesterday because we were both busy. And then I think the only other thing was I have still been meeting with a Greenfield resident regarding the Thanksgiving South County event. And I think especially now when we were highlighting all the housing issues and subleasing situations that we have in our town, it just makes me think how important it is because not everybody has access to a kitchen and to make, you know, and enjoy a warm Thanksgiving dinner. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Banuelos.
September 11th, I attended the Patriots Day to commemorate 9/11. Thank you for the Soledad PD and the Soledad Fire Department for with putting it together. It was very touching. On the 12th, I attended the Soledad Cemetery District in regards to new rules on the plots, and we had a really great outcome for community residents that attended the meetings. So those of you, I encourage you to continue coming to our meetings. It is the second Thursdays at the California Gourmet. I still call it Cheezers, I'm sorry. Also, I attended by Zoom. I met with Karen Lee Garcia in regards to just a briefing in regards to the muralists for the murals. I'm excited for that. And also for the 17th, I did a briefing with Megan with the agenda. And on the 17th, I attended the Community Economic Development Open House. And again, these functions are not just for us, but for you guys in the community. So please continue to attend. And if you have not attended, please come. This is for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will turn it over to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
An interesting order today. Okay, let's see. On September 6th, I met with the folks for the mural design to give my feedback. I had a lot of feedback, but they were very receptive and I'm very excited to see it moving forward. On September 11th, I also attended our Patriots Day event hosted by our police department. Shout out to them for hosting that event. I also learned something very interesting about September 11th that I would like to briefly share. It was a very sad day and a sad event. There was actually a flight attendant who had a same-sex partner that wasn't allowed any services after their passing, and because of that, California was able to pass an assembly bill that allowed for domestic partners to receive benefits after a passing. So, you know, a little bit of a, I don't want to say silver lining, but something that came from that I thought was very interesting for queer history. And I'm saying that because next month will be LGBTQ plus history month. Also on the same day of September the 11th, I actually met with the Housing Resource Center of Monterey County, and they provided me with some information about resources that are available for Monterey County residents that I would love to share in the future with our city. And then additionally, yesterday I also attended the Gateway Center event, and I learned a lot of cool stuff, and I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more about the data that has been collected. I think Vencia has been working on that, and I'm very excited to learn about that. A little scared because AI is a little scary for me, but I'm also very interested. And then today I was also invited to tour the Soledad Health Center. What's it called? Officially,
The district, the mission.
just like the facilities, and just learning about what facilities are available to our residents. And I thought it was really cool and really interesting. I remember I went there as a kid to get services with my mom, and they've also serviced some of my family members as well as they were older, and it was really cool to learn a little bit more. And I remember also going there for school because I was in an anatomy class senior year of high school, and we were able to kind of do like a one-day thing there and learn about the human body, and got to sit in on some ultrasound. So it was really cool to kind of come back and like remember all of these cool things that I got to do as a kid. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, how do you? So on September 6th, I also attended the Epicenter's 10-year anniversary. I was spectacular. That was really good. Then on September 9, I had in September 9, I had the TAMC committee at 3 o'clock in Salinas. Then on September 11, I had I attended a ceremony that we had outside City Hall. Also on September 11, later that day, I was at the Soledad Historical Society. They did not have a quorum, so they didn't have a meeting. We just had a conversation. On September 17, I met with Megan. On September 17, I also attended a Soledad Gateway opening house. And I think it was on Monday that I talked to Karen about the murals. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really beautiful.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to city manager's report. So we had the city manager's report. I don't know if there's anything, Megan, that you wanted to highlight. I know that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of exciting things coming. So I don't know if there's anything that you want to highlight from your report.
Yeah, just real quick, I did want to acknowledge Darlene, who was instrumental in the 9/11 event. So she did a lot of logistics work. One thing I was at the 3CE meeting today. I'm on the operations board. I did want to let you know that we did recommend that the policy board adopt the budget. There was some discussion about increasing the reserve, but I think ultimately some of us on the board, including myself, thought that any more increases to the public's bills is timing is not probably good right now, so we advocated keeping it as proposed. The other thing I did want to mention, just to keep your eye on this, is that 3CE is going to be looking for a new location for their office building. And I've been kind of strongly advocating that it should be located in Salinas, not on the peninsula. Both because it's in the middle, but also to me, I think it's really important that the majority of the customers are Latino and they live in these valley areas, whether it's looking at Santa Maria to the south and Santa Barbara up to Watsonville. in Santa Barbara, and to me, it really is important to have a location that reflects that population instead of it all being in Santa Barbara, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, and they've already selected a San Luis Obispo location. So just something to put on your radar. Probably didn't make me that popular, but that's what I did say. I'll be out at the ICMA conference. I'll be off starting Friday. Feel free to reach out to me next week. I'll just be at the conference. In the meantime, Don will be serving in my stead. And then just this week we kicked off the feasibility study for the container village. I'm very excited about that. So that's it.
Good. Thank you, Megan. And just so you know, we met on my other hat with my regular job. We met with Prince of Clean Energy. And they have all of their cities as part of the JPA have a vote on their board.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. They don't have a rotating seat. Okay. Future agenda items, and I'll start with, Councilmember Cabrera.
Not today.
Okay, Councilmember Ansanto Sanchez.
Yes, of course, I always do. I would really like to have a further conversation about the feral cats. And in the future, a little bit more strategies for code enforcement when it comes to fireworks. And that's it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
I think mine, maybe a future agenda item or more of a clarification, for Megan. I know, for myself, it's also very important for us to be able to have the criteria for city-sponsored events and also in-kind services that we sponsor. And I know I brought this up after the last council meeting. And so, to me, I was just wondering, if this would be a future agenda item, or I was under the impression, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it would be maybe something for the Rules and Procedures Ad Hoc Committee, or the committee that we have.
Yeah, we could do it either way. I'm sorry, you said services?
For the criteria for city-sponsored events and in-kind services.
Oh, in-kind
Yeah.
services. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, and so just if I can comment, because I know that this has been brought up in the past, and we've discussed it as well. And so Megan, I don't know necessarily, because it's not in our policies and procedures, that's more related to each of our council members' roles and responsibilities. So I know we talked about it, and I want to say we had some handouts and information already provided to us at some point in time from Jessica when we were talking about sponsorships as part of the council's, right? We had long discussions about sponsorships, city sponsorship events. So we had some criteria already. I don't know. I don't have it clear on my mind, because I think there was some more criteria that we needed, but I think we already had started something, we just haven't finalized it. So, yeah, we can bring it back. Okay, Councilwoman,
Can we see if we could put an agenda item, maybe veterans, on Veterans Day, a little bit of discussion and doing like a coffee, something in the little ceremony in the morning.
yes, the Veterans Day event. So we used to do the Veterans Day breakfast in the morning. And then I know we've had the Veterans Day celebration, Veterans Day
At the Caper Center.
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
It was, and the press conference, not the press conference, but remember we had the Veterans Day, ceremony, okay.
Yeah,
Ceremony.
I think we did it last year, so we will do something again.
Yeah. And then also, a possible discussion in regards to, prior to the Christmas parade committee, like a tree display, kind of like, mirroring what Cesar Chavez Park does in San Jose, like a tree,
Christmas in the.
Christmas tree, yeah, Christmas tree in a park, Christmas tree walk, you know, like a tree lighting. I'll get more logistics.
Through the chair, Willow Glen does a tree, the houses, every house has a little tree in front. Not just in the back, but in front on the whole neighborhood has that every year. They put a little tree in front, well, sometimes it's a big tree, but it is decorations, it's part of their culture.
Is it like a contest that they?
No, they just put
The city?
no, the town is Willow Glen.
Oh, the
It's a
neighborhood.
neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's Willow Glen, guys. Just kidding. Okay. Okay, so we'll look at this, something, okay. Something for Christmas, okay.
Carry the cans.
Okay, we're looking for something for Christmas, okay. Megan, I know you had it on your report, but just an update on the city facility, our city facility at Lions Hall. So I know that we had a contract, I don't know when the contract expires, we had a discussion about rehab of the facility. So if we can just get just an update on that, where we're at with that, how we're gonna move, how we plan to move forward. Just an update so we know what we're doing with that. I know there was brief discussions on it and then we haven't discussed it, but I did see it on your report. So if we can get more updates on that.
Yeah, I actually, will be bringing it back to the council to kind of consider, what we would want to do with that facility.
Okay. And then my other one, I know had, asked for an update on the revenues for the car show and then I know the projected use of funds was gonna be for the youth, but can we have a little bit more on how those revenues will be used? Did we have that already? Cause I didn't see it.
No, that, we can bring that report back, probably in writing. I think I asked a little bit more time because our poor finance department is in the process of a major, upgrade to the finance system, and they've been, in kind of all-day meetings for the whole week so far. So, I think that can come back maybe in the October 23rd meeting.
Okay, and then I do want to make a final announcement is I know as you may know, Senator Caballero will be transitioning out of the district because of redistricting. She will no longer be representing Monterey County or San Benito. And so we are planning a celebration on October 25th. So all the council will receive an invitation. We're still working out the logistics. But I also would like to see if we can get an update from our fire department. I don't know when we'll have the fire truck. She'll remain in the district probably until after the elections in after November. But it would be nice if we would be able to get the apparatus before then, if we know when it's gonna be completed and done, so we can at least be able to have a celebration before she no longer represents our area.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's looking like we're not gonna get it until January.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think it would be, I mean, I know this doesn't help, but I think it would be very important to coordinate so that she can attend whatever, even if she's not our representative, because she made it happen.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I thought it was gonna come by the end of the year, but okay, well,
Yeah.
we'll coordinate. Okay, well, thank you. So that's all I have. So if there's no other items of business, then we will adjourn this meeting